The way that...
Well, that's interesting.
Go ahead.
I'm interested in that kind of upsetting because I don't get upset like that anymore. I've long mutated, right? But it's interesting to hear people, you're like a 19th century mind who then hears a 20th century idea that never came to you before, and it upsets you.
Yes. Yes, that upset everything that I thought the world should look like. And it's so true.
When Derek was talking at first before we were recording, I started laughing.
I thought
he was like panicking, and he all of a sudden started, and he almost sounded like he was crying. He almost sounded like he was crying, and he started talking in Italian or Spanish or French. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. He's Belgium. And he went on for like a minute, and I say, what the fuck? I don't know. At the end of it, I'm laughing. And he says, he thinks I'm laughing at the terrorism. And I said, no, I'm laughing at you. I missed that class. I missed the class where they taught Spanish. So I said, I don't know what you said, Derek, but it was weird. It was like he wanted to tell me a deep feeling, and he went into his own personal language, whatever it was, Italian. He knows a few languages, and he's Belgium, and it was really, naked the way he became. Yeah, it was spontaneous. He couldn't talk English to express the thing, and it didn't matter. I didn't know what he was saying. So, but Carolyn sees me laughing, and so at some point later, somewhere she comes over and says, Bob, don't fucking laugh. Come on, you fucking cold bastard. So I told her what had actually happened, and she didn't believe me. She just knows I've got a fast mind to make up a good excuse as fast as possible. But no, I was laughing at Derek's flipping into this language, private language, or its core language. But I don't follow any of this stuff. I'm not going to look at the footage. I don't care about it.
You've watched the world.
I think it's going to get
so
worse.
Long.
I'm waiting until it gets really bad. Like, okay, they just wiped out 3/4 of Asia. Fucking somebody dropped a huge virus and 2 billion people died in 10 minutes. That'll be interesting. I'll look at a few fucking shots of that. Right? Wouldn't you? Or will you die of a heart attack?
Well, again, to the common person, that sounds very, very cold. But if I try to look at it from your perspective, you've looked at the world that way for, how many years? 40?
Yeah. I think it's cold to look at the footage.
Yes.
To be involved is cold. It's distorted. It's all screwed up, and you're not paying attention to what's going on. And so Derek says, what we have to realize is that we're all responsible. Well, what are we supposed to do? Well, that doesn't give us anything. We're supposed to be responsible. Okay, I'm the reason why those ISIS did that, or whoever did it, And most people say, I didn't do it. They're fucking silly. They've gone off script, and they shouldn't have done that, and I don't know why they're nuts like that. And Derek's saying, no, you are creating a world situation where they have to react that way. But I think that gets labeled as a bleeding heart liberal or something.
Yeah, that's again pulling up an old argument. Yeah, and that's part of that angst is that there doesn't appear to be a solution. And so when something like this happens, everybody gets all worked up and feels personally responsible because we all should be what? What should we be doing differently to stop what's happening?
Right. Well, get serious and modulate your media environments or, change your education system. Takes a lot of energy and work to do that, and nobody's going to put that energy out to do what has to actually be done. McLuhan used to offer solutions, and he knew that they would never do it, so he would kind of offer the solution mockingly, knowing that it would fall on deaf ears. He used to say to the teachers, and when he speak to the teachers' associations, they would complain about how the kids are into pop culture and don't do their homework and don't read Shakespeare. He said, "There's a very simple answer for that. we start testing them not on Shakespeare but on Batman comics. We do exams on the thing they're interested in. They'd quickly drop that stuff. It's a very simple answer. That's all you have to do. Just start testing the kids on their okay, they get tested on reading Shakespeare or whatever it is their course literate content is, and they hate doing it, and they hate doing the test. Well, what are they doing? Comics, radio, Beatles, whatever. You test them. You do exams on their pop culture. And that would stop them engaging the pop culture. Hey, you get that? Anyways, it was a good, simple solution, but nobody took it up.
Yeah, but they'd still just
better than the other solutions.
So the idea there is that there's things to learn just from that process of testing them. It doesn't matter what you test them on.
No. The kids go for the taboo stuff. Okay, literacy is boring because the teachers want me to do it. I'm not going to do what the parents said. That's not cool, so I'll enjoy comic books. Now, that was McLuhan's answer. It's a practical answer. But there's the other level that even testing the kids in pop culture wouldn't stop them, and McLuhan knew that, because they can't stop engaging in the new media, comics and movies and radio. And it shows how stupid the books are. Why teach them books? Yeah. It's never going to be a big factor in their lives. So there was if someone argued McLuhan about how that wouldn't work, what he suggested, he would have this other point. It's almost like he had a solution, and you think about the solution, oh, that's pretty good, but no, I think they'd still listen to the radio. Then you realize, oh, this environment is not just entertainment, it's part of their biology, and it obsolesces what we're talking about in school.
That is very much like what we've been talking about with France, where everybody's engaging in the video to see what happened, and they don't turn away from it. They will engage.
Right. They're interested in they want the drama. It's exciting. It's legitimate to say, I want to kill somebody.
There's another pattern link. I just thought of it, thinking about what Rosanna shared, that they're turning a park into a refugee camp. Is that Friday night, actually Germany was playing in France, and they had disturbance right outside the football stadium. So it should be interesting to see what happens in Germany, because Germany, their national football team, was in France at the time of the attacks.
Right.
So,
well, I heard that there were hostages taken. Did that turn out to be true?
No, I haven't seen any headlines about hostages. No, I haven't heard anything about that. I did read something this morning where they arrested one of the family members of one of the guys who was in the attack. That's maybe connected to it, but no hostages.
Okay, I'd heard in the little headline I saw, or misinterpreted, that they hadn't caught the terrorists yet, and some of them had a whole bunch of people on hostage. That was like the first headline.
Yeah, that's the
but
first
that
thing
didn't
I
happen,
heard,
right?
Bob.
No.
Yeah.
There were 100 hostages.
So they just shot and got killed, and that was that. They shot people, then they got killed. They all got killed? All the terrorists?
I believe. I mean, there's conflicting reports, because I read something where they said that out of the 8 attacks, 7 of them were suicide bombers. Which didn't make sense, because in the concert hall was actually a shooter, so I don't know. There's really a hodgepodge of reports on the news here. I mean, if you can get on the website in German, you'll have a lot, and then you get on CNN, and some of it doesn't match. So it's
right. That's another reason not to watch it. Everybody's going to distort it, screw it up. There's no information. That's what people don't understand. That's where they're irresponsible. They think if they watch and monitor it and keep their TVs on and get afraid that they're going to be told some satisfying conclusion. It's not going to be one.
Yes. Everybody will agree that they don't believe what they hear on the news, but they'll talk about what they hear on the news all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, and they'll fall asleep and get involved with it and start demanding someone to be killed. It's silly. The whole thing is stupid. I mean, there are more people killed by magnesium deficiency every day than that.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, I always was kind of detached, but it's really great being in 2,500 miles from any land and being detached in a nice island out in the middle of nowhere. That's sort of neat. It's squares and cubes, my detachment. So, shall we go to the next rewrite, or is there something else to talk about? Do you have some questions, Bert? You haven't been around for a couple of weeks.
No, I have one. I looked at the well, it was on YouTube, but it was McLuhan's discussion about Wyndham Lewis, which was really nice to hear about how how Wyndham Lewis actually turned him on to engaging the environment and looking at the environment as a teaching machine. But there was a video next to it that it just really cracked me up. It was McLuhan was on this. It's the typical. It was the not the typical, but I've seen this before, but I never heard this before. Is McLuhan's explanation about LSD in Finnegan's Wake, and it was so funny to see the expression on his face, how he was explaining about LSD. You've heard that one, right, Bob?
Oh yeah, but where was this? What is this on Ian and Bob?
No, it was on YouTube. It was on YouTube. I clicked on Ian and Bob when Ed posted the McLuhan talking about Wyndham Lewis. But then, on YouTube, they had the menu on the right side. There was the LSD and Finnegan's Wake McLuhan. And it was so hilarious to see the expression on his face. I mean, I think I read that Bugs Bunny was one of McLuhan's favorite cartoon characters. And I could see just the expression on his face in the YouTube clip was so funny to see. He's really a character. He was really a character, really putting on the audience.
Well, there's this interview. Roxy found it. Pierre Schaeffer, famous French intellectual who was sort of influenced by McLuhan, interested in McLuhan. So in the early 70s, McLuhan is in Paris, and he goes into a TV studio with Pierre Schaeffer and a guy who's sort of a moderator, and then Schaeffer had a woman translating McLuhan. And de Kerkhoff is in the video. He's a young de Kerkhoff, and he's probably introduced Schaeffer to McLuhan. De Kerkhoff was the French connection back then. And, de Kerkhoff translated the cliched archetype into French. Into French. So de Kerkhoff's sitting there watching McLuhan and Schaeffer and maybe translating a bit for McLuhan. But Roxy and I clicked on it, and we watched it together, and you turn the sound down, and McLuhan is goofing off, making faces. He pisses off Pierre Schaeffer. And we need to show that. You guys should see it. But de Kerkhoff is a young whippersnapper. He's all keen. And so I brought it up to him yesterday. I said, that Schaeffer thing you were at, blah, blah, blah. And he said, no, I don't remember that at all. And I said, you got to see yourself. You're a real keener as you're listening, watching. But you got to see McLuhan with the goofiest expressions he was putting on. It was pretty amazing because the Pierre Schaeffer got really mad and says, I hate you. I don't like what you're saying. He started insulting McLuhan, and McLuhan had this glint in his eye and was indifferent to that and was playing off. It is incredible, the facial expressions he makes. Way more than a Bugs Bunny face. So we'll have to try to find that and watch it. It's pretty amazing. But yes, he was clowning a lot. In Newsweek magazine in 1966, they had a big cover spread on him, and they have pictures of him, and half of the pictures of him making goofy clown faces. he's, I don't know if he must have been putting him on, and the photographer took them and put him in the magazine.
Yeah. No, I cracked up because it's in contrast to Zappa's explanation of LSD. I just found it funny when McLuhan said he read Finnegan's Wake aloud to some LSD users, and they said, yeah, that's exactly what it was in the LSD. So then he said he began to feel that LSD was the lazy man's form of Finnegan's Wake.
That's right. Yeah.
But just the
and what
expression,
kind of... You're saying he had the weird expression.
Yeah, just how because it was like a panel. He was like in the audience, but he was in a chair that could circle around and look at the audience. It was that lecture. But
that's CBC.
Yeah. Okay. I've seen him in that.
He's in a swivel chair. He's in a swivel chair. He's in a circle or theater in the round, and everybody's. That was in his peak in '67, and he's there. It's swirling around, answering the pot shots thrown at him.
Yeah. But he really, just the expression on his face was really just so. He's just like, yeah, I'm putting him on. There you go. But then the crowd really got into it when he said, he feels that LSD is the lazy man's form of Finnegan's Wake.
Yeah. Well, he used to say that TV was a psychedelic effect on the general community, on the other media that it's interacting with. And so people took LSD to mime the effects of TV that was already happening in the society on a general level. So that was the new thing. TV was turning media content, media society into a surrealistic free-for-all. And so people, young people especially, wanted to feel that experience. So they took LSD. It scrambled their minds to imitate the effect of TV in general.
Yeah.
But you have to know what the effect of TV is. You have to really understand it to understand that statement. So, Gene, is that it, Gene? Don't you have no more questions or statements?
Nope. I'm posting. I'm making my post on Facebook, and Facebook is highly distracting. So let me be done.
Is that your Facebook page you're putting it on?
Oh, yes. Should I put it on yours?
Yeah. Are you a friend of mine? Can you get on mine?
Yeah. We're
okay.
Friends,
Yeah. Post it.
Right.
Post it on mine too. Put it on yours and mine. Okay. So we've exhausted the conversational phaticness, so we will go into see. I have no idea what Ian says on this. This is the final rewrite, number 41. I don't know what he's going to talk about.
Now, Bob, on the last one, Ion said, Ion was talking about getting into Revelations, and you're telling us now that this is the last one. This is the last one you're going to play, or did Group 2 go into Revelations?
No, they've done Revelation. That's how you got to rewrite. You had to have done it. And those 6 or 7 people had done it. They engaged in rewrite 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Okay. 5 rewrites. And the last date's November 23rd. Within a week or so, Ion has stopped. That's when Ion stops, December 1st.
That's right. Okay. Got it.
So they didn't get... I think these were every 2 weeks, so they didn't get another one. We would have carried on, but Ion wasn't available. So this turned out, in retrospect, to be the last one.
So you played only certain sessions. There were 30.
Yeah, I'm playing all the sessions of the second group.
But we didn't hear. So how are the sessions numbered? So we didn't hear sessions 5, 6, 7, 8.
You didn't hear. You didn't hear 90% of them. You didn't hear many up to number 36. You've heard 37 and now 41.
Got it.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do next. We'll have to see. It depends on whether Ion's coming back or not. Because I'll play half of this week and half next week. So we've got the next 2 weeks covered by this one.
Well, okay. I'm enjoying the videos you're making with Roxy. I've got a lot of catching up to do, but the little bits I've been picking up, you're talking about the chart in the videos with Roxy. Is that right?
Yeah. And we're talking about the James Joyce's charts.
Yeah.
You see the one I did with a blindfold?
No.
Yes, I did. Yes, awesome.
Did you sit through all that, Bert?
Yes. That's
that's
amazing.
Yeah, I wore a blindfold to prove that I was doing it from memory.
Oh, cool.
So this rewrite recording, November 23rd, 2011, rewrite number 41 is 6 hours long. So we'll have 2 3-hour segments. Now, do you want me to stop it after an hour and a half and see if anybody wants to say anything?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Right. Okay. Nobody else has anything to say? All right, there we go. I'll mute you guys.
All participants are now muted.
This is rewrite number 41, being recorded on November 23rd, copyright 2011. New Grandview Incorporated, all rights reserved. And we're starting at 3:42 p.m. Hawaii time. Greetings, Ion.
Good evening.
Greetings, Ion.
Good evening.
Hey.
Good evening.
Hey.
Well, Ion, we have 2 new people. Matthew.
You don't have to tell us. We know. It's okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Any topic?
Yes, anything.
Yeah, there's the time. We don't need your discussion. Here we go. Let's get this straightened out right here, right now. We're going to do it one time. We're going to do it one time through. If everybody doesn't have a pen and a piece of paper, you're screwed. Is that all right?
Yep.
Ready?
Yeah.
The atmosphere that you ascended ones are to engage, will engage, some say have engaged, or what you're waiting on your science to say you are engaging. Now that sounds trite, but Lord suffering cats, more times than not, that's how it goes. Sasha, here's your run, darling.
Thanks. Okay, go.
Lord suffering cats, they're already falling off. Hold on just a minute. We're getting on a roll here. Talk amongst yourselves till they get back. We're not going to do this but one time, just so everybody knows.
Can somebody explain to me what the brackets are when you say brackets?
Carolyn, tell our Susan what the brackets apply to for chemical formulas and formulations and how they apply, please.
Yeah.
Yes, they just will designate how many like if there's SO4 bracket 2, it means 2 SO4s.
Okay.
In the bracket, everything in the bracket that's like squared or added to, that means everything in the bracket is times itself or double stuff as far as a cookie goes.
Okay.
Does that help?
So are brackets just the smileys?
Parentheses.
Or they're parentheses. So they come down, they have a little point, and then they, like, what do they look like?
They look like smiley faces turned on their side when you open them, and frowny faces when you close them.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. I thought they were the little squiggly ones. Okay, that's good.
No. You can use those, but that's different. That's different. That's giving you an italicized version for et al. That's when you use those, darling.
Okay.
But it'd be all right. We just doing some requests.
Now you
from
said
the golden
brackets,
oldies.
Some are open brackets, and what are the other ones called?
Closed.
Closed. Okay. So closed. They.
Okay. It's the 9 and the 0, honey. Come on.
Okay. 9 and 0. Okay.
9 and 0. The uppercase. 9 and 0. That'll help you.
All right.
All right. Is everybody back?
Yeah.
The thunders, the 7 thunders, they are layers, blessings of the covenant, referenced in Revelation 10, 1 through 4. Ready? Sasha.
Yes, I am ready.
AL2, it's a little 2. Open parentheses. SO, little 4. Close parentheses. 3. Dot. Sue, that would just be a little dot. It would be not on the lower level in the middle, like a hyphen, but it's not a hyphen, it's a dot. Dot. N. H2O. It's a little 2.
NH2O?
NH2O, that's correct. Now, all those are at an angstrom or a pico-sized level. Never say that word again. Just know it. That's the thunders. All right? Now, your atmosphere, the stuff you breathe in and out, blah, 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 that formula is inclusive of this formula from the thunders. So it would be a continuation, but yet it's a different context because the thunders are blessings, to be clear. All right, Sasha, you ready, baby?
Yes.
NA space SO4, little 4. Sue, here's another dot. K MG, little 4, Sasha. Open parentheses. HE6 NE2. Now, stay with me now, Sue. Open parentheses. Again. XE5. Close parentheses. Close parentheses. Do you see? You have a parentheses, the XE5, inside a larger parentheses, HE6NE2. XE5.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
Good. You got that, Sasha?
I got it. Yes, thank you.
RN3. Open parentheses. KR6. It's a little 6. GE1. Is there travail? Open parentheses. TH3. ZR1. T15.
Isn't it TI?
That's our doctor, Dean. Yes. T15 is TI5. They don't, but with they, see, this is why Sasha was asking, and that's all good. They don't know that part yet.
Okay.
They may have to go to the patent office to figure it out, but that's their problem, isn't it, darling?
Okay.
Good. Close parentheses, close parentheses. Steve? Oh, Steve ain't even here, but he's on mute. Steve! You don't have to answer. Listen. SIDO2.
And that's all preceded by the AL2 bracket SO4 bracket 3.
That's correct. Okay, and now we're going to explain that. We have, but we're going to do it one more time. The thunders, you know, when after a thunderstorm, you go outside and you have a scent or sniff or a smell, and it smells clean and refreshing and delicious and whatever that is, that's called ozone. Mm-hmm. That's the blessings. That's the thunders. Now, that'll prescribe your new environment on your planet. Because we could have any one of you look up the components of your atmosphere now. And it'd be hydrogen and oxygen and argon. And they've done this. That's all changing to this formula. And there's some very interesting components of this formula. All this formula has to or requires or predicates a whole bunch more hydrogen isotopes or stabilized to be viable. Viability is what we're talking about here. Well, you all are ascended, or you wouldn't be here. I mean, Bob's already run through one group of you, so that ought to tell you something. So, good. Now, you're the B team. Now he's brought the B team in. So this information is what you'll be breathing and what will be predominant in your atmosphere.
Just for sake of correction, I had the T, what you said T15, I had it down before as TI5. So, Carolyn, how would that be written properly? Would it be
TI5? I think isn't it 10? So it's TI5.
It is TI, because I thought I answered T15, and then you said I thought it was I.
He was teasing.
No, we weren't. Okay. We weren't teasing.
Okay.
Well,
you have your story, and I have mine.
We're always gonna. We'll always.
Oh, it's titanium. Sorry, guys, it's titanium. TI is titanium. Let's see what T is.
So T15 might be a version of TI5 in Carolyn's perfect world. Because that's what we said, Sasha. We said that you won't be able to tell one from the other once the shift and change takes place, because the melting point of titanium is not quite the number of degrees Kelvin that they say it is. But T15 all of a sudden would. The same way that H2O, is water. But within super sugar, which is C122, we're not repeating this, C122, H197, O985 becomes the new super sugar that changes everything. And we'd like to give a shout out at this point to Akito, who is doing well, faring well in Japan, and Bob's Purple That Blue, pumping tons of the radioisotope of hydrogen, H197, into the atmosphere all over the place. Oh, isn't it great we're doing all this now while Steve's on mute? It's delicious. Ha, 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 ha. Then what happens is the atmosphere becomes charged with this radioisotope of hydrogen, which will then be stabilized. Well, some say it already is. Well, have a session with Dr. Dean. She may help you, she may not. It's just as it strikes her. But even so, that's your world as you know it is. It's changing. So, as a 1%er, it becomes very key for you to know that this shift and change in the atmosphere is pleasurable to you. It may be a bit of disdain or problem, or what do you call those things that the 90 and 9 do, Bob? We forget. They choke or wheeze or spit or drown geckos or whatever they do. Whatever the 90 and 9 do, they ain't going to like this shit. Not at all. Not like a little bit, like nada. Okay. But that's all right, because you won't notice. You'll be busy pleasing and delighting yourself, right? Good. Sasha?
Yes, I am.
Do you officially have that the way you want it now, officially?
Officially, yes. Thank you for
There's a quiz
repeating
later, just so you know.
Okay.
Okay, so you got it now.
I've got it now.
Well, that was good. But we almost said we wasn't going to do that. But then, of course, because we're compassionate and loving and blah, 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 whatever all that mess means, we said we'd do it one time through so that everyone had the equal opportunity employment derivation.
May I ask a question?
All right. Come on, Sue.
Okay. When you say the letters, are they all capital letters?
No, we ain't doing all that.
Okay.
No, yes.
I'll send you the.
Yeah.
They're all the elements and how they're designated in the periodic table.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's good.
Now, there are some exceptions to that Carolyn would have in her list, because some of these combinations that we lay out, they say can't be.
Mm-hmm.
So you go
like
by hers.
NH2O doesn't exist, so I wanted to ask about that.
Correct. And it's a space, but that will be as one, and that's the shift. That's the point. Because typically when you mix those together, bang goes the dynamite. Right, Dr. Dean?
Nitrogen.
Y'all have no clue. It's so delicious.
So are the new thunders still going to smell of ozone or not?
Yes, they will. They will. As you recall it. But now ozone will be a completely different thing. Now it won't be long till the little men say ozone is poison.
Yeah.
Because it will be to them. So if you're counting on Fox News to save your ass, you might as well give your heart to Bob, because your ass is ours. See, they're going to see this as not so good. But that's okay. They see lots of things as not so good. So that's all right. Okay. And is that all right now, Sue? You good, baby?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Good. I want a Womack.
Yes, sir.
Jump in, darling. Bob says you're the head of the list.
Wow, okay. So the T15, that's titanium, not tin, correct?
So far, but we just said that was going to change. So TI5 is how you'd write it, but it won't be many moons until you could recognize it as T15.
Okay.
And you say, there ain't no damn T. We go exactly.
No, there isn't a T. The element tin is described as SN, small n, capital S, small n. So, yeah, maybe we're going to discover a new element. I don't think there's a T.
You are. That's right. You will. You will.
But you mentioned tin in the Book of Revelations being smolted in the center of the earth.
Do. That's right. And that's why on Tuesday night we do the melting titanium show. There's all these little riddles hidden among the obvious. That's right. But it's very good of you to notice, because, see, Tim has been very, very, very studious about this whole process, and it's delicious. So it's very righteous, pardon the pun, that he would have something to say. Carry on, big boy.
Okay.
What are you doing, sir? Hey, girls. He's doing curls now. Oh, he's got them 80-pound curls. He's pulling them up. Okay, go ahead.
We don't care, Ion.
Oh, no, it's delicious. We love us some Tim. Go ahead, baby.
I know you care.
The ozone smell.
Yes. Yes.
You say it will choke the little men?
No, it'll change. See, if you go outside after a thunderstorm, thunder, lightning, boom, boom, crack, crack, sometimes rain, sometimes hail. But after a thunderstorm, you go outside and you go take a nice deep breath of air, and it smells different, like refreshed or fresh. No crap in the air. It's almost like charged. It becomes a charged atmosphere. Ozone.
Could you say deionized?
Never. Fuck no. Never. But it's not. It would be super ionized.
Super, okay, the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now the only reason we're saying that is so y'all could say, oh yeah, after a little thunderstorm, you go outside and the air smells fresh and clean. The same way you can drive by when they're cutting the grass and it smells like watermelon when it's just grass being cut. That would be another way to say the same thing. You notice that fresh smell of cut grass, which reminds you of mater melons.
Since I began engagement with you, Ion, I noticed one thunderstorm in particular, and you also said before that you've also spoke about in the Book of Revelations the peal, the lightning, and then the peal of the thunder.
Yeah. And
the number of seconds in between that is the distance that you are from you and you.
No, the distance you are from you in the storm. Okay. And then what you're going to find soon is that you're fixing to, many have, but you're fixing to have lightning storms with no thunder. Because the thunders are changing, so you won't hear the thunder any longer. So there'll be no distance between you and you, so much so that typically if you extrapolated what we said, you'd say that the lightning struck and the thunder happened simultaneously. It'll be so simultaneous that you won't hear the thunder. You'll just have lightning. That's pretty simultaneous, wouldn't you concur?
Yes.
We just love it when a plan comes together. Okay, good. Is everybody on the same? We ain't slung nobody off the chains now. Tim's good. We ain't slung nobody off yet, right?
Right.
Right.
Okay, so when it happens and you see the lightning and boom, the thunder is right behind it, maybe a second behind it or half a second behind it. Not even that. Simultaneous, but what you're going to find is going to become so simultaneous that you don't hear it at all.
So you just see lightning and there's no sound.
That's right. Now, many have already, but it'll become common to you all.
Can you enlighten us to what's transpiring at that moment?
Yes, the changing of the atmosphere. Okay. It's the changing of how those occurrences occur, precipitate in the participation of the new environ.
Ion, that would mean no time. That's what happens simultaneously.
Well, okay, fine. That's good save, Bob. But you're going to be able to prove. You're not going to use this to do it. But this will be the way you prove there is no time. Because there's no distance, you see.
Can you say there's no distance between particles? The elements in the thunder?
Well, but except that we just went through a great big hoo, laying out the formulation of the individual capitulated portions of the atmosphere that is. So if you lay it out that way, that becomes a bit cross. The answer to your question is yes, but it kind of goes crossways with what we just laid out, isn't it?
So each element creates its own space.
No, each element, okay, you're going to love this or hate this, Bob. Hey, Sue.
Yes.
It's like when you take a batter of a cake and you add these different components at certain levels and degrees, and you stir it up, and it becomes a homogeneous exegesis experience that you could then taste, and it would taste not like raw flour and raw eggs and raw butter and raw vanilla flavoring and different things. It becomes something delicious to eat. But any one of those portions that you would have mixed together by themselves would have been a bit intolerable. It's kind of like that. The new soup, is that the way to do it?
The new soup.
And that may be an easier way. See, Bob just despises when we talk about it, because if there were batter strewn on his counter that he had to lick up, that'd be sticky and he wouldn't like it, and it would end in tears, but many times it does. But for you all listening, that may be a way to describe it, so you can go, oh, that's the point, is that you can go, oh. Any one of those parts has an atmospheric relationship that you'd be engaging. You'd have sad thoughts regarding, but all stirred up together, it becomes a very delicious red velvet cake batter.
Can you describe the function of lightning?
There is no function of lightning. Lightning is nothing other than the build-up of kinetic electricity or an electrical current. You can have a positive or a negative strike. Negative strikes are the balance, like in a Tesla coil, from cloud to cloud. Positive strikes come from the earth to the clouds, not the other way around. So that balance of a proton-electron covalent, wait for it, Sasha, yes, darling, that's what we're going to say. You know we are. Of a covalent charge will affect the valence, just like in the 14th ring of your angel chart. Bob knew we were going to get there sooner or later to the disdain of many. But the covalent residue of the balancing of the electron conductivity. That's all it is. Now, you want us to simplify that for you, Sugar?
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, we know. You know them big old wool socks that you don't wear in public? And you walk around, you go out and get something, and you got them on, you don't realize it, and then you touch the car, you touch something metal, and it knocks the holy shit out of you.
Right.
That's the same thing.
Building it up on the floor, between the floor and the socks.
The charge.
And then
the charge.
Your finger is like the release.
It discharges and balances that, some say kinetic charge or an electrical current.
Are you saying valence or balance?
Balance and valence.
Okay, V-A-L-E-N-C-E, that's valence?
Ask Bob. Bob knows everything. He'll tell you. If you be still long enough, he knows everything. Bob, tell Susan the difference between balance and valence.
Valence is
Get off mute.
Valence has something to do with electrical charges. Balance is the hanging over of a curtain. The top of the curtain on the rod, the little cloth lays over.
Yeah.
There's some kind of folding in action at the outer ring of the angel diagram, so it folds in. And
that angel diagram, the 14th ring, inside and outside. Good, Bob. That was actually pretty decent of you, baby.
You mean the valence? The balance is inside and outside.
No, we didn't say that at all.
But you said the word outside. We don't know why you threw that word in.
Well, because one's inside and one's outside.
Oh, okay. The valence, electrical charge, which is the communication between people, is the outer part.
Sasha, do you concur with that, darling?
Yeah, so we're talking about the electrons on the outside of the shell.
We're not talking about electrons. We're talking about valence and valence, and which one's outside and which one's inside. And Bob's made a statement, and we're asking you, is Bob on it, or is he full of crap?
I would say that would be correct, given Bob's new...
Okay, no, leave Bob out of it, because Bob will leave your dick in the dirt, darling. You know this. It's for you. You get it for you. If
Absolutely.
The valence is outside, is that what Bob said?
He said it was inside and outside.
No, valence is outside. The valence is inside. The curtain is inside. That's valence, not valence.
Good. So, Sasha, you agree that the valence is on the inside of the 14th ring of the angel diagram, yes?
Yes.
Describe it.
Describe the valence?
Well, you just said shit, so you have something that you base the shit that you just said on. Tell Bob what shit that is so he can say, yes, exactly, that's what I meant all along, but I didn't remember.
Well, I'm just thinking about
Don't think. Look at your notes, honey. This will go in the tears. You know this.
I don't know if I have those ones, but what was come to mind was the sharing of electrons and a covalent bond between two people, between non-physical and
Well, the two people is inside one cell of your body regarding a construct based upon...
I said two people as partly a joke, but it's my idea that all the physical models, chemical models, are projections by people of their interactions with others in the world of Mortar.
Well, Bob's right, but that's not why he's right. Okay? Okay, so the valence is on the inside of the 14th ring of the angel diagram. Do you concur without any information to base that on other than non-physical blowing smoke up your skirt tail?
I seem to remember that is correct. I do not have the notes of it.
Now, it is, but the point of this interaction is so you get off your damn ass and start applying this for yourself. See, we already know. We already got it. We're trying to lay it out so you also get it.
I'm going to pull up the notes. I'll pull up the notes
that would be
on the
pleasurable for you, wouldn't it?
It probably would. I'm off my damn ass right now. I'm going to look up the notes.
Well, I mean, come on now. That's the whole point. That'd be like going to the whorehouse and not engaging. Well, you paid your money to come here. You might as well get laid.
Okay.
Well.
Very good.
Oh, good, all done?
No, we're humming, Bob. You hum a little bit. Sasha now decided to check her annotated position regarding...
Hey, Sasha, all in, all good, all done?
Is that it?
I love saying that.
We gonna miss us some Jerry.
Jerry. Okay. Now, here it is.
Oh, now there's notes.
Sorry, I had to log into Gmail and then get
Bless your heart. But that's good because a moment ago there weren't any, so that's always pleasurable.
Okay, so 14, orbiting valences are symbols for our creation of angels.
Do.
Chromosome 14 consists of valence and balance.
Uh-huh.
This is not a valid menu option.
But in 14, lipids.
Right. Yeah.
All calculations, frequencies are in the 14th ring, and I have valence, as in the chemistry definition of
valence would be on the inside of the 14th ring of the angel diagram, and now you have words to support your conjecture, yes?
Yes, although I don't
mess it up, darling. That's good. Now you're getting somewhere. That's good. Now, Tim, we're going a little fast, darling, but that's okay. We'll do you 3 sets of 10, darling. Don't you worry.
Okay.
We'll get you straight. Don't you worry.
Alrighty.
All right, now, if valence is on the inside, then therefore valence would be the outside of the 14th ring. Yes, Sasha?
Yes.
Describe that now, darling. Now, we don't want Bob's version because it'll end in tears.
Oh,
I know. Okay, bring Bob in. You'll see.
Give it a go, Sasha.
Give it a go. That's right, baby.
Hang on. I've got...
Yeah.
Valence is on the outside of ring 13.
Yes. It's that,
right,
that
so that's
tiny...
correct.
No,
okay.
no, wait. Now, wait. There's a space between the 13th and the 14th ring. Yes?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
One is inside and one is outside. But there's no thing outside the 14th ring. One would lay on that innermost part and one would lay on the outermost part. And the only reason it's key is because Sue doesn't know what to tell her interior decorator. You see? We've established that valence is on the inside of the 13th ring.
Yeah.
Now, outside of the 13th ring on the 14th ring would be?
The balance.
Valence.
Valence.
Valence is on the inside. Valence is on the inside. Valence is on the inside. Valence is on the outside. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So now support that. That would be the word part, the words part. You're going to bring Bob in, and Bob's going to do it, and he will, and...
That would be fine because I need to clean this up, which is obviously why I bring it up.
Hell.
Is this all referring to the charged atmosphere? That's why that's the importance of the 14th ring, looking at all the elements that are going to be in our atmosphere. Is that why we're going over this part?
No. We just thought it would be fun.
Okay.
They asked. They didn't know why they asked, but they asked, and they had goober enough to ask. We got balls enough to answer. So, honey, sorry.
Could I just clean up then actually the definition? So the valence, the one that's on the inside.
Bob, hold on. Bob. Yes. We don't do cleanups. Help Sasha with the
clean up on aisle 5.
We don't do cleanups on aisle 5. Go ahead. Bob, she wants to clean something up with you, the definitions of valence and valence. Go ahead, darling.
So, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but the valence, the VALENCE.
Bob would say, which that are you speaking of, darling? Come on, be clear. He can't help you at all if you start like that. It'll end in tears.
I'm just trying, because I would get confused with the spellings and the pronunciation.
Well, Bob, help her with the the grammarian needs to come forth. Bob, help her with the 2 words and tell her how they apply and just do it. Do it any way you want to and let her clean it up from there.
The one on the inside of the 14th ring is the valence.
Here, you yeah, it's VALANCE. Valence.
Like
so valence.
Like balance with a B.
Like balance with a B. Okay. And then the outer one has the ENCE, so you go valence,
Okay, that's how I had it mixed up. So is the I've got in the notes that you've got as well, Bob, that the one on the inside of the 14th ring is the definition of which would be the definition for chemistry, the chemistry valence.
But I don't know what that is. He don't know what that is.
I don't know what. I just know it's a curtain, or the metaphorically curtain. I've never bothered to find out.
If you're going to tell Bob it's that definition, then bless God, give him that definition. We can say yes, exactly, or no, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's the way we normally go. But you can't just put something glib out there, honey. You can put any billboard in front of Bob's house, and he'll read it and then won't remember it. It'll be fresh and new every time he looks at the billboard. So tell him what you're telling him, so he'll know what you told him, so the told him that you tell him what could be verified for Tim. He's got to get to the Tim, honey.
valence, also known as valency or valence number, is a measure of the number of bonds formed by an atom.
Electrons possible for conductivity in a bond or a substrate to make a new substance.
Yes.
Is that valence or valence? Is that valence or valence? You just said.
That's VALENCE.
Right. That's
Good.
what I would agree with that.
Good. Now you got something to build to, darling. See how much easier that is? Because otherwise, 4 hours from now, you're going to get down a rabbit hole and you're going to end up with a rabbit's foot and it won't be attached.
Okay, I'm just looking at the definition.
This is very good. This is very good.
And the valence, the ANCE, is the bed window definition.
Sue says you're saying the same words over and over and over again. She can't tell the difference in the words you're saying and the other words you're saying, so be careful. Bob doesn't mess it up. So Bob doesn't get you more screwed up than you already are, sugar love.
Okay, so on the valence is in the 14th ring, inside the 14th ring. The valence, let's say French valence, is in the 13th. The valence.
Well, it's outside the 13th ring, and the other's inside the 14th. That's ring. Okay. Good.
Okay.
And y'all, everybody that bothers to actually look at the angel diagram, if you look really close, you may have to blow it up. Sue, take that mess up to about 200% so you can see it. Can't man or beast see this and that small. Take it up to about 200%, and you'll see there's a tiny little ribbon space between the 13th and the 14th.
Yeah.
That's the one we're speaking of. It'll help you.
That little white ribbon.
You're right. Between the two black things.
And that's a valence and a valence. So one is
one's in, one's out. Yeah, good.
Okay. Think of the valence as interacting with other cells. This is the outer part of the cell, so it has to interact with others through electron charge, and that's measured in valence.
I told y'all you're going to get Bob in this. It's going to, see, but it's okay. I told you.
Okay, I didn't realize there were two words that were actually written exactly the same way, but they had...
They're not written exactly the same way.
Oh, okay. So...
Step back, Sue.
The valance is the very posh windows dressings that you have in your living room for your interior designers, the valance.
Yeah. I'll read it. It says valance, an ornamental drapery hung across a top edge, so that would be the edge, the outer ring, 14 ring, as of a bed, table, or canopy. Another definition is short drapery, decorative board, or metal strip mounted specially across the top of a window to conceal structural fixtures. So I don't know what this valence does unless it's a kind of sealing action for the cell.
Spell that.
VALANCE.
Okay, VALANCE. Okay. And
whereas the other one is ENCE. Okay. The other one is VALENCE.
So
that's the electron.
Balance, like balance.
Yeah, think of E for electricity.
Very good.
And that is on the inside of valence.
No, it touches 14 and goes into the space, and it doesn't touch 13, or maybe it does touch 13.
No, it doesn't. You're right, Bob. You're right. It's that interplay between those two. You have to have a segregation from inside out and outside in. Okay. Otherwise, a perfect cell would be infiltrated like a zygote trying to attach to a uterus.
Yeah, you said insulation? Is that what you just said?
No.
What's the noun you just said about it? That's what we need to get that noun. What is it? Insulation? What is it? What did you say?
We didn't say insulation.
What did you say, Carol? Insinuation?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Insinuation.
What is the role of the valance? It's some kind of protection, sealing?
A separation between the walls of a perfect cell. Otherwise, it would become likened to a zygote attached to a uterine wall.
So the outer wall is not attached to ring 13.
Correct. That's the essence.
It's like a mini egg.
That's how science is going to science, you fool. That's how science is going to say, this is a fucking perfect cell.
When are they going to say that?
I guess when you're done with sin, Bob.
Yeah, when you see the valence, that's when they see.
Are we going to get on to this? Okay, we'll handle that.
I'm not going to get involved unless you answer some questions. You guys have wandered around.
We said all the laws of physics are out the window, and now the Lucky Box is saying, hey, guess what, guys? All the laws of physics are out the window, and you go, oh my God, all the laws of physics are out the window. E no longer equals MC squared. Holy shit! But you already knew this because we already told you. But it didn't matter then, but apparently it does now. So, please yourself.
Yeah, stop jerking off and answer the fucking question. You're talking about a seal or a wall, and what is the 13th ring? What's that made up of, and why is there a space between them?
So, likened to a zygote that's fertilized, an egg of a female that attaches to the interuterine wall, not stuck in a fallopian tube, which divides amongst itself, would not indeed be a perfect cell.
Yes, so and it does not commute. We're just trying to find out what the role of valence is.
To seal
it's
the
like a
seal
it's like a shell. It's like a little shell around it. Like I was thinking about like a mini egg.
That's
got the
fine.
crispy
That's
shell,
good.
and then you got
That's
the chocolate
good.
on the inside.
The perfect cell would not be penetratable by any other thing. If you look at it that way, that's okay.
Could you say there's like a force field around it, or?
No, it's not a force field. It's closed. See, covalent and covalence are two different things, and both apply to the outer of the 13 and the inner of the 14 in that little bitty white spot. So it basically makes a double cover. It would be like wrapping a piece of meat in saran wrap and then putting that piece of meat in a Ziploc bag or in foil. It's another layer of protection, inside out and outside in, from what you call freezer burn. Okay? That's a way to say it, too. It's an extra tiered level, so nothing may penetrate that sealed bond.
However, if we're talking about the chemistry definition of valence for the inside of the 14th ring, that's what's required for the covalent bond. Is for those.
Yes. The electron sharing contained within the individual cell, not outside it.
Okay. So then, could you describe then? You've said previously that the outside of the 14th ring is a proper fractal.
Mm-hmm.
And you said not a mathematical fractal. You said it's a proper fractal.
Yes.
So what's coming to my mind is
don't get your mind in it, honey. We'll help you here. You're all right. Ain't nobody hurt. For the last thing you want to do is get a mind thing going on here. All right. So what you're talking about in a proper fractal, that's one that would, as a good fractal would, know where it is and know where it is in perspective to other fractals, cells that indeed are sealed. Because what y'all going to find out here real fast and real quick. Now, and here's what's fun. There's not a one of you on this call right here, right now that ain't supposed to be. And there's not a one of you right here, right now on this call that doesn't already have this thoroughly in place already. That's why we've gone to great pains and disdain to poke at it, so that you ask the correct questions, so you actually get somewhere. So as your, what do you call the phlebotomist that draws your stuff, Carolyn?
You call them a phlebotomist.
Oh, yeah. So when the phlebotomist that Carolyn says they call a phlebotomist, and they start noticing odd things, you know precisely in advance the oddness of the things that the phlebotomist may notice.
May I ask you to repeat something you said?
How about repeat the whole half hour?
Nowhere.
That's what most people are thinking. They have no clue. And you're obfuscating needlessly. You're obfuscating and playing word games.
No,
and that might be an exercise and stuff, but let's say that's what we're doing. Don't try to get a definition out of this. You're not going to get it.
Well, no, I think that was actually getting quite clear because of the fact.
Oh yeah. Let's hear something.
Okay. Well, if I laid out previously that the lipids have a fractal antenna, and then where I was just asking about the outside of the cell, and then he said that with a proper fractal, difference between the mathematical fractal and this fractal is that the proper fractal would know where it is, and then I didn't get the rest of the sentence.
Okay. It would know where it is, and then know where it is in proximity to other perfect cells in your meat sac body. So, like in a lipid panel. Oh wait, you don't want more words. You want us to stop right there, okay?
Yeah. You haven't explained it, Sasha. What are you trying to explain?
He was getting into lipid panels.
Good.
And what did you say are like a fractal? And did you say something about an antenna?
A fractal is an antenna, yes.
Okay.
A proper fractal is... Go ahead, Tim.
Bob, he was all over me about my lipids the other day. There's got to be some sort of correlation here.
For you.
Well, he's the only one that is.
Yeah, I've been looking at this too.
We know. So you're the only one that is. Okay, good. We got it. Anybody else?
Is there a correlation between
yes.
having... Okay.
No, you got to say it out loud. You got to say it out loud or they'll scream at you. Sorry. They will holler at your ass, so, yeah, sorry. Just because we answer doesn't mean you don't carry on.
Hey, Tim, if you're on a speakerphone, get off it because it's too echoey.
He's all right. We can get it. It's all right. It's not bad. It's okay. Go ahead. Wash your hands, Bob. You'll be all right. Go ahead, Tim.
Is there a correlation between what you've just outlined and having electricity in the temple?
We already said that, and good. Yes.
Already said that. We don't know what he said.
Already answered
and good.
Yes. Pay attention.
What's this about a temple, Tim? What are you bringing that for?
The temple. Electricity in the temple.
What is nipples attached to?
Where'd you get that idea?
His pecs are attached to his temple, and his pecs are attached to his lats. And he wants his lats at least half as big as his pecs. And his biceps almost as big as his triceps. And his triceps not to make his 18.5-inch neck seem big in relation to his meat-sack body. You're on mute, so you'll have to join the party, though.
It's a good thing I was, because I was asking you if you were patronizing Tim.
No, it's not patronization. It's applying the meat sack body to the representation of the temple. Don't you find it odd that the angel diagram of a perfect cell, once you have the 14 degrees of freedom within the lotus constraint or opening the lotus flower, that the holographic image of the temple would be displayed with the correct foundations in place? We spent many moons on those foundations.
Hey, did you guys notice that JW said he's just bursting? Why don't we all just sit back for an hour and let Ion mouth off, and then he'll exhaust himself, and then we'll fucking go through the ABCs, because he just wants to say a lot of sentences right now.
ABC.
No, but it was getting good.
I'm following along. I feel like I'm following along.
No, we're going to do it the way
you feel like following along.
Well, good. That's a good place. We're going to answer the questions, and if we have to blow a little bit, we'll blow a little bit. We are very thrilled and very excited, Bob, and this is very delicious and meaningful. And luckily, unluckily for you, it's being recorded, so you don't got to get shit. It's okay. They're going to get what they get, and they're going to ask, and they're going to speak, and they're going to engage, and we're going to play with them. We love them, everyone. They love us. They love you, blah, 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 blah. Now let's get on with something before we piss away. Go ahead.
So you're talking about the
say what you said.
I asked if there was a correlation between what you've just outlined and having electricity in the temple.
Yes. And Sasha, your readable definition for covalent bonding would be, Tim, you listen to this. Sue, don't go to sleep, honey. It's early. You stay with us, baby. Go ahead.
I'm here.
Covalent bonding, the working definition. You already said it. Go ahead.
One moment, please.
Yes, darling. Now, Tim, what's going to happen is we got a moment. You ready?
Ready.
Go ahead. Tell Tim what that covalent bond is by definition.
Covalent bond is a form of chemical bonding that is characterized by the sharing of pairs of electrons between atoms.
Now, there's a little bit more, but that's enough. Tim, by that definition, does that not approach, achieve, and embrace an electrical charge within an atomic cell or an atomic substrate?
Yes.
Makes your nipples hard, doesn't it, baby?
Yes, it does.
Well, it will. And that's what we're talking about. See, that's what we're talking about. Because it's that charge from the outermost parts that affects the whole. It's the charge from the outermost part that affects the whole. That's the point. Very good. Y'all better get Steve back in here. He's on mute, but his minutes are up. Matt Mann.
I'm here.
Hey, darling. Okay. Now, you're the brightest one. You're the brightest bulb in the chandelier. Do you have any questions regarding the electrical charge within the DNA strata of a human meat sac creator that maybe or maybe isn't engaging or embracing your RNA drops? Do you have a question?
Who are you addressing that to?
Matthew.
Why don't you just tell me what you want to tell me, because I'm listening.
No, we're not going to tell you. We asked the question because of the electrical conductivity that Tim has beautifully laid out here, the defining position that Sasha has laid out here. So the whole context of this question that we're bringing up with you in regards to the Revelation and the Revelation series regarding the perfect cell has a great deal to do with what you do. And what you do is you provide to those little ones the RNA drops. Those RNA drops are the vicissitude that you use or provide for humans to engage to provide new information to their DNA via this substance that they sublingually engage in their body, which, wait for it. We're doing what you said, which we said we weren't going to do. Just hang on, Matthew. You're on the roll. But pay attention. There's a quiz now. Stay with us, which affects the electrical conductivity, Tim, of your position with the sealing and the opening of the cellular vascular, Carolyn, we know that's the wrong impetus, but just stay with us, of affecting the lipids in your meat sac temple body. And once those lipids respond, which they will every single time without fail or exception, if you have enough lysine, and a few others that may or may not apply, but Dr. Dean will work that out. She'll let you know of anything you need to know regarding that. Within the lipids of your human meat sac body that allow this information to freely and easily be available for the cellular replication or reproduction of a perfect cell, like unto the perfect cell that you all should be looking at within your Revelation angel diagram. Now that diagram is the angel's perspective of what a perfect cell would look like, be like, look like, see like, something, all those likes that it would be. Okay? But you haven't opened that cell yet. You've got perfect cells. Every last one of you do, or we wouldn't be speaking to you. If you think you're going to get in here and don't supposed to be, we got this, honey. Don't you worry. We got it. You're here deliciously, and you're welcomed. So engage. Very good. Sheldon, you're up next, so get yourself ready here. All right. Now, this perfect cell that you're creating, once you seal it, now you want to have 8 other perfect cells in your meat sac body. And once you achieve 8 perfect cells in your meat sac body, Tim, all of a sudden your workout will be glib, Because what little you do now, which is not what you used to do, but what little you do now, all of a sudden your body's responding prolifically. Would you concur?
Yes, sir.
Well, but it does. And not just because we said it, but you already noticing you do less and you do better. But that's because of the interaction with your body, the autonomic responses of your body responding to you. Okay, Matthew, now you're on the hot seat. Now, we've done what you said do. Blow a little bit. Now, the specific application, Matthew, of RNA drops in the meat sac genome, because of what you now have discovered between covalent bonding, the sharing of electrons, would by rote set that cell as a supercharge. Would you concur?
Yes.
All right, now the supercharging of that one cell. Now we talking about one cell. You have billions of cells. We just talking about one. We just talking about one. We're not even talking about the genitalia ones, just one. Once you get one in place, then what happens? That electrical charge will allow no other cell to invade it, breach it, affect it, nullify it, or obfuscate it. Now, if you looked really, 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 really close, everybody, you'd say that that's what an oncologist would call the perfect cancer cell now. It's a cell that has a life of its own, does whatever the fuck it wants to do, and is rampant. And you never get over it. You may go in remission, but that cell then can come back with a vengeance. That's the same type of a structure that we're talking about within you all, every one of you. Matthew, so are you saying, well, no, wait, we're talking to ourselves, says Matthew. This is interesting. So, Matthew, so maybe we'll do it this way. Now that we've kind of laid this out just a little bit, is there any question that you have regarding the conductivity of the cell, of the intercellular replication from new information from the RNA? Hell, we're giving it to you pretty clean, aren't we, big boy? Any questions, Matthew?
Well, I figure the less I talk, the more it makes sense when you just keep telling me.
Well, yeah, that's bright of you. That's bright of you. And yes. But we're trying to get it, and we have already. So that's right. Okay, let's do it this way. Sheldon.
Yes.
All right. Now apply a torsion field to what Matthew just let us say.
The way I'm looking at would it be correct to say that like the angel chart is representation of like our individual like whole world or universe?
That's a perfect way to say it, because your cell would not know the difference. We didn't say difference, we said difference. Your cell would not know the difference. It would not differ from your world, your realm, your reality. And this still has nothing to do with the mind, because he's speaking about the application of a torsion field to this pontification. All right, so it applies. Okay, that's good, Sheldon. Now, we want more from you. We want more from you, but hold on just a second. Sasha. Barbara, you're next, honey, so just fasten up, honey. Sasha. Now, what you know about a torsion field, the correct way now, apply that to what Matthew just got from the electrical conductivity of the perfect cell in regards to its substrate.
Well, what I was just thinking about is that you said that the RNA affects the conductivity of the cellular vascular. So that actually started making me think about a torsion field in and of itself and the way that it would move and affect the lipids. But may I ask, how do you spell lysine?
Say the question again now, darling. Something about lysine?
Can you spell lysine?
Yes, Lysin.
Okay.
Now, Carolyn tear your ass up on lysine. She's forgotten more about lysine than any other human on the planet's ever known. She even has the specific chromosomal implants or positions within the field that DNA represents as lysine and how they fall. She's real smart. Y'all have no clue how smart Dr. Dean is. Really, you have no fucking clue.
She's not as smart as me. We know that.
Well. Everybody knows that, Bob, and if they didn't, you'll tell them sooner enough, so there's no reason.
Yeah, you're just going on, man. A lot of digression here. We just haven't gotten anything yet.
That's
you keep talking about everybody, and you're dominating, so they don't get to rehearse speaking. They're not getting the chance to speak. So you go to Sheldon, he says 3 words and says nothing. Go to Matthew, he says nothing. Now Sasha says a little bit, and then Barbara's waiting to say her nothing because you're going to interrupt.
Yep, we sure are. Okay, we're going to interrupt one more time till we get this out, and then y'all can pick it apart and send it over to Dobbstown, forward the mail to Dobbstown. Barbara?
Yes.
Now, Sasha's laid out torsion fields in connection with the cells and the conductivity of the perfect cell, and Tim has pretty brilliantly confined it into the meat sac body. Okay. Now, do you have any questions regarding this construct that's been sort of laid out so far? Now, yes, it's only been 5 words from them all total, and the rest of it's just been vomiting all over the place. But we're non-physical, and we'll do just exactly what we want to do now. But we're here happy to help you for now. So, do you have any questions?
Okay. Well, we're talking about, this is combining with the chart.
It is. It's not combining. It is a representation of the explanation of what the chart is and how the chart applies into your world, your body, your cells. Yes.
Okay, so is it that we're completely expanding and we're able to, with this perfect cell, we're going to be able to communicate and access all fields of information, access and communicate with
you won't need to, Barbara. When you say the word expand, expand, what's the image content of the word expand? That's where the limitation is.
All worlds.
Well, what's your images? A lot of visual worlds, a lot of sound, like stereo. Is it in stereo?
It could be a stereo.
Stereo. Is it stereo?
Stereo. What's the definition?
That's ear stuff. Ear. You're just engaging eye imagery.
A subwoofer and a mega tweeter. Yes.
Yeah.
JW knows this. He can tell you even the megahertz frequencies and the decibel megahertz that you apply. You hit it down to 120 megahertz, by God, it'll make your teeth fall out. It's the bottom of the roar of a lion. But y'all have all been looking at dupes. You should be well versed in this now, shouldn't you? We're not doing this for our health, are we?
Well, this is all taking the RNA drops.
This is only taking the RNA drops in the second part of a 3-part process. The only thing you're missing from the third part of the process of ascension is applying was. You got the is's and the arneses. You're just wondering about the was's. And we'll deal with that too, but that's not for this moment. This is Revelation Rehab. So in Revelation Rehab, you want to develop it from the first book of the Bible, many words that were spoken, and you have developed knowings regarding it. Now, you may not be positive, darling, and that's all right. We're easy. Bob don't know nothing, and he actually is the author of it all. He don't know. That's good. So now use your words to pick some parts about it that would be intriguing for you, because Bob says you got to learn how to talk.
Okay, do I have to stay on this particular topic? Can we go back to the formula?
Hell no, honey. You just tear it up any way you want to. Sorry, was that?
Okay. In the beginning, you were saying the atmosphere that we ascended ones are engaging is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's changing, or it has changed already?
Well, it's not changing. You are changing in the polarity position. See, it's not changing. You are changing. That's the point. And that's very good because you softened it just a bit. Because it's like, well, you're feeling pretty good. Everything about you, everything you felt of today, Barbara, feels pretty good, doesn't it, darling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, good. But that's not changed. What's changing is how you see, feel, respond to this being. We'd say becomed. We'd say past tense because it takes a little bit for you to catch up with it, okay? That becomed state that is you, which is far superior than what you would say your old you was, maybe before RNA. See, and that's why Matthew goes stealth so quickly, because he knows that cheeky bugger. He ain't talking. Bob, you got to beat the fuck out of Matthew. He ain't talking.
How many perfect cells does Matthew have?
That's not true. What'd you say, Steve?
How many perfect cells does Matthew have? Does he have 9 yet?
He ain't got nothing. Matthew's stupid. He's just a working drone for the dupe of Lee Harvey Oswald for this operation.
Matthew's like Bob. He ain't as good as he once was, but he's as good once as he ever was.
Okay,
he's doing just fine. Now, Steve's back, so let's give him a second. Now, Barbara, we'll come back to you, so develop your asking.
Right.
Steve, specifically, tell the group why exactly you give a fuck what Matthew has going on within his cells.
Tell the group why I give a fuck?
Yeah, about Matthew's cellular structure.
Well, he's getting close. He's distributing the RNA, the bread of life. He's
good. So
that doesn't do anything for him.
But don't you think the better question would be, how many cells do I have?
Well, yeah, that was my next question. Yeah.
Well, start with that and get out everybody else's shit, and yours won't seem quite so bloody.
Well, he's drinking jugs of the RNA.
He's not drinking jugs of it.
He's not?
No.
How much RNA?
If he wants
He's
to.
a damn clerk in a distribution network, okay? He's a harassed bureaucrat, okay? He ain't got time to do anything. He's got a lot of idiots. He's got a lot of idiots emailing him, demanding to stay at his place and infiltrate. It's fucking a headache. And it's been the worst year for Matthew he's ever had.
He's blown his brains out 3 times, and Bob keeps bringing him back to life. That's rich. No. Steve, what we're saying is, apply it. Don't compare it to everybody else's. Matthew has a penis, okay? So do you. Your penis doesn't get bigger or smaller based on his. So
I understand that.
Don't make the comparison, because when you make the comparison, somebody's going to get fucked, and it probably isn't going to be Matthew.
Okay, you're saying that we're looking to get to 9 perfect cells. Is that what
8.
you said?
You just think you'd be happy with 8. You'd be so happy with 8 you wouldn't know better.
Why? Because that 8, there'll be enough there to replicate themselves and produce more perfect cells?
Good, yes.
Okay,
they do. Now, wait. They do anyway. See, now, here's the good part. Now, this is a good question, actually, and your question is right on. The right on question is you're talking about not your cells, you're talking about your body's process of replicating cellular strata. Strata means the basic information that your DNA uses to cut it off and make a new cell, or continue perfecting and producing the cell that is. All right? That's why chromosome 14 is key and important, because it's the only chromosome that has rings and arms. The rings and arms are the chromosome that allow your body to add 144,000 double helixes rather than make one double helix and cut it off and make a new cell. You see?
Okay, so by ingesting RNA drops, you're saying that the cell will come along in time?
That makes no sense whatsoever, so ask it a different way.
You're advocating RNA drops to create cells, cellular structures.
No, you're creating cells already anyway. We say if you engage RNA drops, what you're engaging is new information that will be provided to your meat sac body. And you do that sublingually under your tongue, okay? And then once that gets into your saliva, what it does is it works within the lipids of your body. And within the lymphatic system, that's where the information is provided to your DNA at the cellular level.
Okay, but this is an ongoing process because otherwise you would have already told us that we would have already been ascended by now.
Well, if you ask us, we'd say you already have. We're just trying to convince you. We'd say you've been God all along. We'd say you've always been God. You decided you were a little man and you were going to die and hurt and bleed and all those other things, and we're just trying to get you back to God in your place of power. And that there are specific ramifications that science acknowledges that we don't mind speaking regarding to help you get into the place to remind you to come back to your place as God. And if that means we have to do it cell by fucking cell, we don't have a problem with that because we already love you.
Well, where the 8 cells that you're talking about that we should be able to achieve, are we there yet? I mean, we'll know without asking?
Yes, get out. We're there.
We're there or on our way there?
No, you're there.
I know that was bizarre. I saw my thumb just heal right up.
That's right. Of course.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Now, it's only bizarre for the first round. After a little bit, it becomes normal. And see, that's the big metamorphosis. Barbara's had the same thing. Sue's had it. Hell, Sheldon's had it. Most of you have engaged this at different tiered levels. But and that's not odd. I mean, Bob's got proof that people have been raised from the dead, and the people that raised them from the dead, they're not even surprised by it. It's kind of normal for them. And it's only new the first time. After it's K-N-E-W, then it's past tense. It becomes normal. And little by little by little, what you all are experiencing is this place of power that you're engaging, and now you're starting to see this power have a ramification in your world, in your life. It's prolific. See, because the cells, that's just how we explain it. And that's valid. And y'all are asking questions. Good. Now we're fixing to turn it over where it's all y'all. And we're going to take the 2-word answers, and y'all going to develop and sustain the conversation. And that's all right. But we had to catch this up because there's been a whole lot of good crap flowing that's beneficial. Now, Bob says a bunch of words we ain't got from itch. We scratched before we knew we had an itch and blah, 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 blah. And we'd say, good, in your place of power. Wouldn't it be great if you could scratch before you had the itch? Then you wouldn't have to scratch or itch. It's pretty cool. These are the things that we're talking about. And this is not the tachyonic representation, although there are tachyons. Okay? This is not the frequency assimilator, although it affects frequency. This is not the shifting of the polar fields, although it will balance polarity. This would not make magnetism attract, although it will affect the things or the position of the poles that you are engaging to push away that which you don't desire and include from the opposite pole that which you do, and gauge the exact position you are between those poles. See? So, Steve, you're right on the money. Believe it or not. You don't know what money you're on, but you're right on the money, because the way you've asked the question is perfect, because you get that the distance that you're catching up to is way closer than it was, because now these wonders that you, Steve, have wrought are the ones you have wrought. Now, you see, it's not about us. Now, you can say thank you, because we're going to say you're welcome. That's all right, because we're non-physical. We're already more of you than you are of you. Now, we're just trying for you to apply the power that's us in you so we don't have to take over. But we will. Don't you worry. It's on now. Now, you see, this is where it gets to be way too cool for school, because now your only position is to please, pleasure, and delight yourself, and these things that come along right before your lying fucking eyes are, but they don't surprise you anymore. Mm-hmm. You see? It becomes normal, and that's what we're talking about. When it becomes normal, then it's not a big to-do. When it becomes normal, then it applies. When it becomes normal, you wouldn't have anything less.
What happened with your son, Steve?
My son?
Mm-hmm. You said something about his healing or whatever?
No, nothing.
His thumb, Carolyn.
Something healed right up. I think he's.
Oh, a thumb. Okay.
Yeah, my thumb. I sliced my thumb with a knife, and it healed up. I put the Marnay drops on the thumb, and it just healed it right up. It stopped bleeding right away.
The coagulant didn't come from the RNA. The coagulant came from inside out.
That was great. That was good. So the more we ascend, though, we'll be able to fine tune our frequency. So we'll be able to pick up on any frequency at any time, anywhere. Is that correct?
Yes, baby. It actually kind of is already, and you've noticed that.
Yeah, but it always seems like it's fleeting. It seems like it's kind of in and out. I don't know.
No. That's right. Then notice your words. You notice your words. Do you remember how Ion, we used to be just weak as water? What do you call it? Just too sweet, too much sugar for a dime. Just want to make you gonna vomit, and you'd tie up and you'd fight and you'd carry on. No, damn it to hell, Ion. I want to know. Rah. Well, now look what's taking place here. We've become the more terse one, and you've kind of eased off and gotten easy with the whole process. Notice that shift? It's almost like the terseness that was you, we've embraced, and the calmness that was non-physical, you've embraced. You kind of expect it anymore. It's normal for things to work out for you, and that's the revelation. That's what is laid out bit by bit by bit. And it's that shift. It's that shifting. So any frequency, all frequencies are available, every single one. You embrace and connect to that frequency that you are engaging. And then you can pull it. That's a sine wave. Then you can pull the cosine wave, and you can see where those intersections occur. Okay, once you figure out what pi, the new pi is, and we've given that, well, let's have a little test. This will be fun. Hey, Sasha. She just loves numbers more than life, doesn't she? Tell everybody the new pi.
Can I find it in my note?
You want us to tell you what the old pi was?
No, Ion. This formula.
I got it. 3.1415925.
There you go. 3.1415925. Okay. Now, what pi used to be is this infinite number, which was 3.1415926, and it goes on and on and on. And we can do it up to a couple of thousand digits, and y'all get really cross, and Bob screams, and wants to start hacking the telephone. But that's the new pi. Good, Barbara. Good for you, girl. Did you get that, Sasha? We're not going to say that again. Well,
yeah,
we probably will. But there's a test.
May I ask, when you were just talking there about your lying eyes, could you describe the polarization of a vector and define the polarization that you're referring to?
Yes, the polarity or the polarized field that you...
Hey, Ion, where's chapter and verse on that, since we're supposed to do in the Bible? The answer to that is in what verse and chapter? What book?
Describe the question, Bob.
Whatever the question was, vector stuff. Could you give a chapter and verse to that?
12:6.
Of Revelation?
Budapest, Bob. Yes, you said it's about fucking Revelation.
Well, it bounces into the rest of the Bible, so you got that? Look that up.
Budapest 12:6, then. You got it. Good, Bob.
There's the answer on the vector point.
No, we're going to explain it, because we're talking about, it's a bigger construct than that, Bob. She's laying out polarization at a cellular genome that has to do with a magnetized ramification, which is a bigger picture. So ask your question again, Sugar Love, and we'll answer it. Tim, you stay with this. We're coming to you next then. Sheldon, don't you fall out. Sue, get ready.
Did you want me to read the chapter and verse?
No, we don't. But you can. No, sure, that's not fair. Please, if you'd like to. That just was wonderful, yeah.
Okay, well, while I'm looking it up, I was thinking when I looked at that note, I was assuming the polarization had something to do necessarily with polarity, but the definitions of it in Wikipedia are fairly expanded, so I just wanted to know specifically which type of polarization we were talking about first of all.
The one that divides a polar reference within a known field of ionic electron sharing bondable conductivity. That one.
Well, I've got a dielectric polarization, polarization density, dipolar polarization, ionic polarization.
Ionic polarization, but then we add a caveat.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because you don't think you're gonna cram Wikipedia in our throat hole and see if it's gonna come out the other end, because it rarely does. But we can tear it up, honey. We can keep up. We can keep up with your fucking Wikipedia. So any way you want to go at it.
The one that made me stand up was the polarization of waves, the orientation of oscillations in the plane perpendicular to transverse waves' direction of travel, which may include...
That's 2 pi. That's 2 pi in a sine cosine wave with a set period or amplitude. See, that's not even a good working definition of polarization. That's just a cycle or a cyclical bondable place. That's where the interactions start affecting electrons that bond to some other perpendicular position within a polar field. So you're too clever by half. That construct, it really isn't polarization. You could apply it, and we're not beating you up. Well, yeah, we are. Beating the hell out of you, but that's okay. We don't mean it bad, but we mean it. That working construct doesn't even apply to what you're discussing is polarization. But it's all right. Ask some questions, and we'll clean it up, honey.
Oh, well, then it goes into...
yes, that's what we said, too.
The orientation...
This is where Sue said, A?
The orientation of electromagnetic waves they give the example...
Not waves, the frequency. Waves don't have conductivity. Frequencies do. Frequencies are made up of waves, but you can't say, oh, I had a wavy day. Because it only applies where the sine-cosine wave connects, intersects. That becomes within two tangents, which is limiting. And then you say, okay, so the period or the amplitude that they repeat, how tight or loose the sine-cosine wave is that polarity? No, not at all. That's just the size tube that the radian of the sine-cosine wave is encompassing.
And you can't define frequency. You can't define polarity in a few words. You can't define any of these terms. You got to go all over the place. You can't do it. Do it. What's frequency in, say, 7 words? Can't do it. Okay, polarity in 7 words. Can't do it. What's the other one? Magnetism. Define that in 7 words. You can't do it. You got that, people? On to another topic.
Well, the 12.6 is reference, Bob, is, and the woman fled into the wilderness where she hath a place prepared of God, that they should feed her there 1,203 days.
Yeah, you'd have to enunciate a little more clearly, Sasha. I don't know what you said.
And the woman fled into the wilderness where she hath a place prepared of God, that they should feed her there 1,203 days.
So that's 12.6, and what was the topic that quote referred to?
The polarization of a vector.
Okay, so that polarity is direction, so that implies she went someplace. There's a direction there, so that sort of
was the wilderness.
Yeah, she was directed there. So that's polarity.
Okay, well that seems a bit ridiculous. Directed by whom? Come on, Bob, tell us. You can't do it.
Oh, I don't claim to know. I don't know.
Well, tell us.
I haven't learned anything yet. I haven't figured out what you're talking about. I haven't got any nouns to work with.
Oh, so then our definitions that we can't do wouldn't have benefited you either. Good. Got it.
Well, they might have if you had answered, but so far they haven't.
Well, it might be helpful, Sasha, what is the purpose of your questioning regarding polarity and vector? What is it you're trying to know?
I was
and
just
what would
surprised.
Be the usefulness of it?
Well, if you look, I just had a note in my book while I was talking to Ian about vectors, and I picked up my notebook and I saw vector polarization and assumed that polarization and polarity were the same word until I looked it up, and they're not the same at all. So I was trying to get Ion's definition of polarization from Ion.
And how would you use it in real life?
Like it's easier to catch a ball that has an edge on it, something you can grab onto.
Or are you thinking in terms of like creating
like a football has a point on it, as opposed to a basketball. A football is easier to catch, even though a basketball is perfectly spherical. You would think that a basketball is easier to catch, but a football is actually easier to catch because there's a point or an edge on it that allows you to kind of control it better.
That's like a vector? Is that what you're saying?
All participants are now unmuted.
Oh. Anyone there?
Okay, guys, I just got cut off, but it was time to stop the recording. We're at an hour and a half. I said I'd stop it. Any comments so far?
Very interesting discussion on polarization.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of neat stuff in this.
Also, a unique description of your description of the former distributor also in there is funny.
Oh, yeah, it's resonant with newer meanings, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe that's what set him off when I fucking insult him, said he wasn't doing nothing. He's just a clerk, a dumb clerk.
Yeah, it seemed kind of fitting hearing that.
What'd you say?
It seemed fitting hearing that. It's like, when I heard that, I'm like, that's probably what may have set him off at the time. But then you even cracked when Legend said that he's probably drinking a lot of RNA drops. You said, no, he's not.
Yes, this is late 2011. He sort of doesn't get ticked off until BobFest, November 2013. So 2 years later. This is November 23rd. So 2 years later, but he might have been seething early, and this is his only rewrite. He comes to this one, and then we're finished. No more rewrites. So all he got. And I objected to the fact that he wasn't engaging. He was just observing. You know, he wasn't going to let his ego or something look stupid. He didn't. He's not saying anything. He's not going to. I don't think. I don't know if that irritated me, or I wasn't irritated. I was just teasing him because I used to tease him during his private sessions, and he laughed. It was sort of fun. I don't know about this, so I don't know if you should read in that he gets ticked off that early. But Ian says some interesting phrases too.
Yes.
In relation to Matthew. Okay, but that's not that important. Let's go into.
No.
There's a lot. I don't know how new this stuff is for you. His definition is refining. Is it stuff that you've heard before? I mean, he's explaining the drops, and then he's sort of emphasizing new aspects of the simple explanation of the drops.
Yes. What was new for me is to hear that all we need is 8 perfect cells for your body to respond prolifically.
Yeah. That's an important factor, the 8 perfect cells.
Yes. And there was a statement that because of the environment that we are changing in our polarity position, which probably have to go back and listen to the whole discussion, but it was interesting to hear that in the middle of the discussion.
We are not, the atmosphere is not changing, we are. That's something. Did I note that? Explains. It doesn't affect. I don't know. I have to go back and hear. Let's just go back. There's 2 points I need to correct, and I was going to do it later, but we might as well do it just now because that's. So we're at 1:30, an hour and 30 minutes. So let's go back to 1:14, and there was a sentence in there. I have my note. Ian says something important. So I made a note to go back there. So.
Oh.
And then I have doesn't affect frequency.
How many times have you put that in your notes, Bob? Ion says.
I did it once before, last time, and I went back and found it. But I'm doing these different things, and I'm not catching it all. And every now and then I go, I got to rewind, but then I realize, no, I can't rewind it. So right after that, I have doesn't affect frequency. I don't know what doesn't affect. RNA drops? I don't know. That's what we got to find out. So let's hear this. I'm at 1:13:30. 1:13:35.
Against you. We'd say you've been God all along. We'd say you've always been God. You decided you were a little man and you were going to die and hurt and bleed and all those other things. And we're just trying to get you back to God in your place of power. And that there are specific ramifications that science acknowledges that we don't mind speaking regarding.
There it is. Let me just write this down. Ian discusses our aging, right? Our fraudulent aging.
He said there are specific ramifications that science acknowledges that we
that's
don't
the next thought.
mind speaking.
Just a minute. 113. Let's see. It's 113.45. Say. Ian says discusses our fraudulent aging. Then there's a statement that they use parts of science so it's easy for us to understand. Something like that.
They don't mind speaking about ramifications that science acknowledges.
Right. Use some parts of science in its explanations. It adopts some of it, even though it kind of thinks it's disgusting, in its explanations. So I'm just going to go back and get the time on it.
They use the word ramification later as well. That kind of stood out for me, that word, ramification. The ramification of perfect cells.
We're just trying to convince you. We'd say you've been God all along. We'd say you've always been God. You decided you were little man and you were going to die and hurt and bleed and all those other things. And we're just trying to get you back to God in your place of power. And that there are specific ramifications that science acknowledges that we don't mind speaking regarding to help you get into the place to remind you to come back to your place as God. And if that means we have to do it cell by fucking cell, we don't have a problem with that because we already love you.
Well, we're the 8 cells that you're talking about that we should be able to achieve. Are we there yet? I mean, we'll know without asking.
Yes, get out. We're there.
We're there or on our way there?
No, you're there.
I know that was bizarre. I saw my son just heal right up.
That's right. Of course.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Now, it's only bizarre for the first round. After a little bit, it becomes normal. And see, that's the big metamorphosis. Barbara's had the same thing. Sue's had it. Hell, Sheldon's had it. Most of you have engaged this at different tiered levels. But and that's not odd. I mean, Bob's got proof that people have been raised from the dead, and the people that raised them from the dead, they're not even surprised by it. It's kind of normal for them. And it's only new the first time. After it's K-N-E-W, then it's past tense. It becomes normal. And little by little by little, what you all are experiencing is this place of power that you're engaging, and now you're starting to see this power have a ramification in your world, in your life. It's prolific. See, because the cells, that's just how we explain it, and that's valid, and y'all are asking questions, good. Now we're fixing to turn it over where it's all y'all, and we're going to take the 2-word answers, and y'all going to develop and sustain the concept.
I'll go back here that.
Barbara's had the same thing. Sue's had it. Sheldon's had it. Most of you have engaged this at different tiered levels. But and that's not odd. I mean, Jesus, Bob's got proof that people have been raised from the dead, and the people that raised them from the dead, they're not even surprised by it. It's kind of normal for them. And it's only new the first time. After it's K-N-E-W, then it's past tense. It becomes normal. And little by little by little, what you all are experiencing is this place of power that you're engaging, and now you're starting to see this power have a ramification in your world, in your life. It's prolific. See, because the cells, that's just how we explain it, and that's valid, and y'all are asking questions, good. Now, if it...
So he adopts the knowledge of the cell, uses some parts of science on the cell. And it's, it adopts the science definition of the cell. I use some parts of science on the cell in its explanations.
It's going to turn it over where it's all y'all, and we're going to take the two-word answers, and y'all going to develop and sustain the conversation, and that's all right. But we had to catch this up because there's been a whole lot of good crap flowing that's beneficial. Now, Bob says a bunch of words we ain't got from itch. We scratched before we knew we had an itch, and blah, 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 and we say, good, in your place of power. Wouldn't it be great if you could scratch before you had the itch? Then you wouldn't have to scratch or itch. It's pretty cool. These are the things that we're talking about. And this is not the tachyonic representation, although there are tachyons. Okay? This is not the frequency assimilator, although it affects...
See, what is this? This is not the frequency. This is not the tachyon. What's the this?
Your power. Yeah. Your place of power you're engaging, little by little.
Okay, so your power doesn't affect polarity. But then it does, in another way.
Right
so
after he said,
back.
Because he said, that's just how we explain it. And then he goes on.
Right.
It's the scratch before we knew we had an itch.
Blah, 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 and we say, good, in your place of power. Wouldn't it be great if you could scratch before you had the itch? Then you wouldn't have to scratch or itch. It's pretty cool. These are the things that we're talking about. And this is not the tachyonic representation, although there are tachyons. Okay? This is not the frequency assimilator, although it affects frequency. This is not the shifting of the polar fields, although it will balance polarity. This would not make magnetism attract, although it will affect the things or the position of the poles that you are engaging to push away that which you don't desire and include from the opposite pole that which you do, and gauge the exact position you are between those poles. See? So, Steve, you're right on the money. Believe it or not. You don't know what money you're on, but you're right on the money. Because the way you've asked the question is perfect, because you get that the distance that you're catching up to is way closer than it was, because now these wonders that you, Steve, have wrought are the ones you have wrought. Now, you see, it's not about us. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, and we say, good, in your place of power. Wouldn't it be great if you could scratch before you had the itch? Then you wouldn't have to scratch or itch. It's pretty cool. These are the things that we're talking about. And this is not the tachyonic representation, although there are tachyons. Okay? This is not the frequency assimilator, although it affects frequency. This is not the shifting of the polar fields, although it will balance polarity. This would not make magnetism attract, although it will affect the things or the position of the poles that you are engaging to push away that which you don't desire and include from the opposite pole that which you do, engage the exact position you are between those poles. See? So, Steve, you're right on the money.
So your power is not represented by frequency, polarity, all these different things, shifts. Your power affects frequency and all that stuff because that's the environment of little man. But when you have full power, you're not involved with frequency, polarity, and it doesn't affect your power. See? That's the point I think they're making.
Yeah,
there.
And we're already doing it all the time. It's when we know we're doing it, when we knew K-N-E-W.
K-N-E-W. New. So all this mind talk about frequency, polarity, and we're trying to figure out what it means, and that is sort of irrelevant once you have your transcension. But you're involved with your mind. Your mind's 1/3 of you, so you got to have these mind things happening to keep your sense of where you are, because you're not ready to handle all your power. Okay, that was good. Anything else?
Could you go into transcension more? Your explanation?
Well, I remembered. To me, the word ascended, ascension is cliche. There's something boring, or other people have been using it. And I remember that Ian said they'd prefer the word transcension, I think it was, rather than ascension. So I'm now saying transcension. I don't think it means transcended, like you have ascension and ascended. I think it's transcension, and that means I'm in this world but not of it. And when I go to the other world, even when I die, I'm in that world but not of it. I'm not of it, either world. So where am I? Well, the ascended person is, the transcendent person is, trans can mean across. So the transcendent person is not involved in wherever it's at.
Yeah. Okay, because when I heard you talk about that last week, and it sparked a memory, but I have to find it in my notes, because I remember Ion was talking about transdimensionals, about something about the elements and transdimensionals, and something in between the words. But I have to look for the note and find out what the context of what they were speaking on. But yeah, that's it.
Okay, we'll look forward to it.
Yeah, well,
that's what.
No, what you're saying, that transcension, it puts a whole nother way for your mind to play on, other than ascension, because ascension sort of coming sort of woo-woo or dogmatic, whereas transcension
means you're in a tactile interval, or you got a handle on tactility. And ascension is one direction. It sounds like going up, vertical. And I don't think you need. That's a product of visual space, and that limits your imagery. Now, it creates imagery. It's not necessary. It's not accurate. So it's better to think of being in two places at once and then another few places, so you can't visualize it. And when you can handle that, you're transcending. No, you're in transcension.
Yes.
See, transcending means going up also, is the cliche meaning of it. So transcension is across, not in this world, and you're in this world but not of it. And when you go to another world, you're not in that world either. You're not of it. So it's not making any particular place supremely more valuable than any other place. It's not making the death zone when you die more valuable than here.
Yes.
Beyond. I looked up the definition of trans, just T-R-A-N, that prefix.
Yeah.
And it says across, and it includes the word beyond.
Ah, okay, yeah. All directions, going across and beyond. Yeah, if you think of the continent of ascension, the ascended continent, or the that powerful place, it's right beside you, and you don't recognize it. And you just have to go across to it. That's like the idea. It's beside you, very close to you. That's why you go across to it.
Bob, just as you were saying that, I'm looking at the definition, and it says often contrasted with cis, C-I-S, as a prefix. So I hit cis, C-I-S. The definition of that is on the side nearer to the speaker.
What's this? What's this?
It's a prefix, like trans. I was looking at the definition of trans.
And then it says it's like CIS?
It said it's contrasted, often contrasted with CIS.
What's that, CIS? What begins with cis?
I don't know. Cis.
And then they define CIS as the way I just defined where the ascended being is. It's right beside you?
I was reading it exactly at the time you were talking about. It's beside you. It's on the side.
Yeah, it's beside you. So the dictionary is putting down what I'm advocating.
Well, it's contrasted with. So it's not the opposite. It's contrasted with the prefix trans.
Well, did you just say it was the opposite when they first go into the CIS part?
No, I don't. I wonder if contrast.
I heard you say the word opposite. Go back and read what you read.
You know what? Because I was trying. Yeah, I could have said what I was thinking because I was trying to determine what they meant by contrast.
What do you mean you could have said what you were thinking? What did it say? Go back and read it again.
Cis? Go back and read the prefix for cis?
Or just before it?
The item 1 is on the side of, on the side nearer to the speaker.
No, the words before that, where it says the opposite. Go back into trans, leave trans, and go into cis.
Okay. It says often contrasted with cis. And then in the definition of cis, it says
trans is contrasted with cis.
Yeah, and cis is often contrasted with trans.
Yeah, and then it says this is right beside yourself, which was my definition of trans.
Right.
So
what do you think is meant by contrasted?
It's not what trans means.
The state of being strikingly different from something else.
What, cis is that?
That's the definition of contrast.
Yeah, but what's an example of a prefix, CIS? Got any words?
They don't provide any examples.
Okay, let's go forward here. I'm starting at 120, going back a bit. We can get the run in. Okay, so it's interesting. I'm very irritated with Ion that night, at least at the beginning.
Yeah. You can tell.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
All participants are now muted.
Come on, Bob, tell us. You can't do it.
Oh, I don't claim to know. I don't know.
Well, tell us.
I haven't learned anything yet. I haven't figured out what you're talking about. I haven't got any nouns to work with.
Oh, so then our definitions that we can't do wouldn't have benefited you either. Good. Got it.
Well, they might have if you had answered, but so far they haven't.
Well, it might be helpful, Sasha, what is the purpose of your questioning regarding polarity and vector? What is it you're trying to know?
I was
and
just
what would
surprised.
Be the usefulness of it?
Well, if you look, I just had a note in my book while I was talking to Ian about vectors, and I picked up my notebook and I saw vector polarization and assumed that polarization and polarity were the same word until I looked up, and they're not the same at all. So I was trying to get ION's definition of polarization from ION.
And how would you use it in real life?
Like it's easier to catch a ball that has an edge on it. Something you can grab onto.
Or are you thinking in terms of like creating
like a football has a point on it, as opposed to a basketball. A football is easier to catch, even though a basketball is perfectly spherical. You would think that a basketball is easier to catch, but a football is actually easier to catch because there's a point or an edge on it that allows you to kind of control it better.
Like a vector? Is that what you're saying?
And it seems to me that ION is directing us towards moving things and moving ourselves in and amongst things.
Well, noticing how movements are applied to frequency. See, because you can take a frequency and shatter the glasses in your house. One that you may not be able to audibly hear, and yet it would still shatter your glass. The movement or the catching or the pitching, pardon the poor pun, applies to a canonization of what you knew as possible reality. That affects your application of power. The ability to catch a football, it's easier to catch a football, but you don't know why. And then Tim just explained the capacitation of that position, even though you thought it was easier to catch a basketball because it's round or spherical. But the points on a football shift the polarity to make it easier to engage or catch.
And also, if you stacked two pyramids, I guess bottom to bottom, it's basically the same. Well, it's got a few more points on it than that. But.
No, that's okay. That's okay, because if you did that, you would actually have a double dodecahedron, wouldn't you not?
Correct.
Now, from the angles, not from the shape, but the number of angles contained, very good. Okay, Sheldon, bring this to a torsion field. Tim's all amorous now.
Where I was getting for the torsion field, the dodecahedron would be in our heart with the...
Well, hopefully in the pericardium, but yes.
With a positive polar field coming into the heart.
The shift. Oh, sorry, Bob screams at us because we're interrupting you, but you're so good. We're just, go ahead, and go ahead.
Well, I was saying from the vortex of or whatever, from the positive polar field coming into your heart, and then there's one side of the dodecahedron, and then the other side comes in from the other side from the negative polar field. I don't know if that's got any...
Yeah, and the positive negative, or the North Pole, South Pole, is nothing other than the flow within the chambers of the heart. And that becomes a force, a pumping action, arterial and ventricularly. Yes? Which, if you run, becomes a sinus rhythm. The sinus rhythm is the sine cosine that we're speaking of, isn't it?
Sounds good.
Well, we don't want it to sound good, honey. We want you to do it. We don't want you to gawk at it. We want you to get it pregnant. Get busy with it. The words don't matter until you apply it.
The way I'm looking at like the angel's heart and stuff is like the frequency when we're coming from our heart, that's the frequency. If we're not in our heart, then we're in the polar field, kind of into duality or whatever. That's just some words.
If you're going to bring in hendiades, that's okay. One by means of two, that's all right. But that's the subset of it. That would have to be, hendiades would only apply if you had AFib. is where you would apply hendiadys. If you had afibrillation.
I don't know what hendiadys means.
Well, then don't use the word duality.
Okay.
You see, it's okay whichever word you use. We're not fussing. We're with you. We're with you. But the point kind of becomes the what you're trying to get. And as long as that getting brings you more into your place of power than you were, hey, it's a good day. If it doesn't, Barbara's right. You want to know for what purpose?
Well, like, I talked about the love feeling when I'm working with a horse and I get into that space or whatever. I got that love feeling coming from my heart. When I'm not...
Feel the force that is contained in your pericardium. Okay, good.
Well, that's a force field, right? And love's a force field, right?
It is. That's why we corrected that to say what you meant. Yes, good.
Doesn't our whole creative process start in the heart?
There's no beginning, Sheldon.
The heart of the matter is the matter of the heart. So if you want to connect there, that's fine. It's the only organ you have in your meat sack that is contained in a separate position. So that's an okay place to start, but don't limit it there. We can speak volumes right there, but that's not what you're asking. So let's just go easy.
I kind of got lost what I was asking, I guess.
Well, imagine that. Okay, Steve, Barbara, jump in and clean this up a little bit, maybe, baby.
Okay, well, we're talking about... I get lost with all the verbiage here.
Well, everybody gets lost. We've had the first hour has been one lost hour, so maybe we could start over again and maybe have Matthew. Maybe Matthew explain his day. Just tell us, what happens, Matthew, get up in the morning? How does your day go?
I don't hear that.
You watch, Matthew won't even know how to talk. He won't even know how to talk about that.
Get back to what is the main point that we're trying to make here?
Yeah, what is the main point? What's the reason we're having this gathering?
We're talking about polarity, magnetism, and we've gone over this before.
Millions of places.
Is this what we're turning into?
No, we're just listening to we're listening to a pterodactyl that can't stop talking. Okay? Once you recognize what we're dealing with here.
Right, but I think Bob's losing the point here.
Yeah, I would agree that Bob. I'm following what Ion is saying.
I don't even know what you guys. What does Steve say? And what did you say, Steve?
It's kind of ornery, but
Steve was talking about the love he feels in his heart when he works with the horses. And,
that's Sheldon. That's Sheldon.
Pardon me, Sheldon. Yeah. And that I thought tied into the discussion we were having about polarity.
Yeah, then he got all tangled up and didn't know what he was saying. How come he forgot what he was saying? Because he doesn't know how to talk.
Because Ion said, he asked him about the heart, and Ion said he touched on a reference of the heart being contained within the body in a different space, but it's inside the body, yet it's contained in the pericardium, which is outside of the body.
And
but the real point,
The heart is in a space in a body, but it's on the outside of the body. And how polarity is affected by or by this.
The heart is juxtaposed to the body. I've never heard that before. That's a pretty nice idea.
The heart is inside the body, but it's outside the body. It's contained in the pericardium.
I don't get this outside.
We've done that before, Bob, because the heart lies in a sac.
Oh, it's outside of the body.
Correct.
Not outside the body. It's not connected to the rest of the body.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I think what he's trying to get at here is change the frequency predicated on the cosine waves.
There's no such thing. Address Barbara. Barbara's raised the relevant issue here.
No, the relevant issue is being able to tie into those frequencies. If you tie into any frequency...
Oh, you already did that, Steve. You already are doing that. Don't make these a problem. You're ascended, you've arrived, you have evolved, you've done everything. That's what I occasionally says. So focus on that point rather than trying to get somewhere.
That's the whole conversation over the past hour, understanding the polarities in relationship to the frequencies, which is predicated on the cosine. So once you...
No, they aren't. No. It's all based on what words you say, Steve. You're getting lost in Ion's rambling, disjointed verbal diarrhea.
Well, Bob, he did say a few minutes ago that we would begin to dominate the conversation, and that's just what's kind of...
Who's we? Who's we?
Ion said that a little while ago.
That's true. But Barbara's addressing Ion. It's not fair if Ion babbles on for an hour, and then Barbara wants to find out what Ion's doing, and Ion withdraws. Ion has to now take responsibility for what it said.
Ask him a question. Someone ask him a question.
Barbara has asked him a question. What does it all got to do with anything? What are we supposed to do with this? All that Ion rambled about.
I thought we're learning about polarity.
For what purpose?
Application of your place of power and the how of this ascended thing you are.
For example, I found outside of my apartment one day, I found a George S. Brock lithograph. I thought someone basically left a Picasso on the sidewalk. And I looked down and I picked it up, and I brought it in the apartment. Later, I had an engagement with Ion, and I asked him about the lithograph that I found, and I asked him if I moved that there for myself. He told me yes. So it's very interesting for me to learn the process of how I'm able to move things.
Right, that's perfect. It gives some more context, and then we can move forward with this because, it's all about how we're going to use our place of power, or how we're going to apply it in our daily life.
Apply it. How you going to apply it?
Because I don't know how I put that lithograph there for myself.
And you don't care.
And I don't care. I recognize it. That that was enough for me. But it would be great to learn how to, like Ion said, apply this wonderful thing
this is what I get so far, and you guys can jump in, but I'm thinking having an intention or desire, but having expectation, but not having attachment to the outcome. So whatever it may be that I want. And then if I have less energy on that thing, or less attention, or less attachment, or no attachment, it comes to me faster.
That's only until, that's right, but it's only until it becomes normal for you. Because, see, once it becomes normal for you, you would expect and have nothing less than that. So what the Bob form works when you're trying to figure it out. But once you figure it out, then that's obsolete.
Okay, so you're just saying if my expectation is that everything always works out for me and everything comes to me when I want it or need it.
And it does already, and it does, then the Bob school kind of goes out the window. Good.
Okay,
but until it does, that's an okay place to be. But don't get stuck there.
Well, my bottom line premise to everything is that everything always works out in my favor.
And it does.
And it always does, and it always has. And I always have what I need when I need it.
For you, when the problem shows up, the solution shows up simultaneously. Good.
Exactly.
I do like that.
Now, if you were interested in the specifics or the details regarding that predicated outcome, that's what this conversation is regarding so far.
And so you could ask Barbara, what's the point of the angel diagram? Why did Ion send that to us in Chapter 23? How do you apply the angel diagram to this issue?
So when you went to the doctor and the doctor said, hey, girl, you're fucked up, you'd know exactly how fucked up you were and how before he found it.
That's what we learn. That's how we apply the angel diagram?
No, that's how you could apply the angel diagram, so you'd know and have a practical, Googlerable experience to validate your position of ascension.
Yeah, so how would you apply the diagram, the 14 rings, to that outcome of understanding why the doctor saw you different?
The first thing we'd do is we'd get rid of the degree of separation, or we'd
No.
blow our brains out.
Tim hasn't ever heard any talk of the diagram. We do this when a new person comes in. So we've never done the diagram before with that applied to something like the coming investigation of your blood by a hospital. So,
is this the one from the end of the Book of Revelations, that diagram, that chart?
Yeah, Tim doesn't even know. We've done 1,000 hours on it, Tim, over the last
either, Bob.
year.
So don't.
I don't what?
Him. No, either.
No, I don't know anything about it. I'm just telling we've talked a lot about it, Tim. It's like the main issue. Yeah, that diagram.
The good news is you got over the first 1,000 or so hours, so now you're front and center. This is good for you, Jim.
Okay.
And Matthew.
What do you think that design is about, Tim?
Well, in applying it to what we spoke of during this engagement, Ion was saying these perfect cells that we already have will resemble the diagram. And when we go to the doctor and the phlebotomist draws our blood, they might say, "Hey, you're fucked up. You have cancer." But we'll know in advance that that's not what's going on. That it's a process of
that you have perfect cells that they are erroneously calling cancer, but that's their definition of cancer now is the perfect cell one eradicatable.
Correct. I believe, Bob, you referred to the diagram as a kind of a roadmap that the angels would use to travel.
No, it's the picture of the human cell, the perfect cell. So
I believe in the Revelation.
The same thing as a roadmap, Bob. Come on.
In the Revelation series, you refer to it as a kind of a map. And,
I don't know. That was before rewrite.
Yeah,
we learned a lot more.
Time. Yeah, that was
a long time
ago. Yeah, you can't go by that. You can't go by what Bob used to say. That's right.
Yeah, just like you can't go by Ian, what he used to say. But are you interested in what that image?
About that.
See, Tim, you can't even see the image. You know nothing about it. So, are you interested in knowing about what that image is and how to see parts of it?
Well, certainly.
And it's important because.
And it's not flat from what Ion said before.
Correct.
Yeah, not flat. And Barbara's saying, well, why would we look at this? Barbara's she's had enough, and she's barely interested in this session, and she has got to the point of saying, what is all this babble for? And I don't mind addressing that.
Well, Ion has said in the past that it's not necessary, but I'm always curious.
Well, I know this chart is extremely, it seems to be extremely significant, and it's got a lot going on, and it's how the angels view us as God.
Good.
It's God, right? Yeah.
So it's more than just a cell. It's also a temple. It's us. It seems to be everything encompassing that we're part of or involved of.
That you are, baby. That you are.
Okay.
Good.
And so is it important in understanding how the angels view us? Is that why this is significant for us to read over and over?
No. It's not significant for that construct, but it is significant if you don't know how it all puts together, how it applies. If you know how to use your power and you're using it, and you got it all, you're exactly right. There's nothing to know. Get your ass busy and start doing it. And provide Bob a list of those you've raised from the dead this week. Now, if you haven't, then maybe there's something to know.
Okay, well, as far as I know, I haven't raised anything yet.
Wait, don't fade out, Bart. What are you saying? I mean, he's asking, you've arrived when you can raise several people from the dead a week. Are you doing that?
No.
I am not.
No. Are you interested in doing it? Understanding that is the power of you judging your ascension?
That's not the bar to judge your extension.
No, you leave out of this. Your words will just go off in a bunch of other crap. My words are just as fucked up as yours, but I don't say as many. But that's the issue. It's a bar, a judgment on how you're doing.
Y'all heard that. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that? Someone was talking.
Yeah, Barbara, that is an issue, a test, and I don't think you can do that. Consciously do the raise a few people from the dead, right? But I am saying that is a judgment of how you're doing. If you can't do that,
I haven't tried it yet. I won't say I can't do it, but I just haven't applied it yet.
Right. And I am
a pigeon or a squirrel or something.
Not yet.
So that's if you want.
Well, that's your why, Barbara. That's your why. You said, why are we doing this? So you'll be able to do that. Good. That's why.
Okay. No, it's very good. That's one aspect, I suppose. I'm sure there's much more.
No, that's good enough. They don't need much more than that. Because that means no one would die around you.
Okay,
and that's pretty easy since there's no death.
Okay, so this would be significant because there's probably going to be a lot of people dying, going to the Gulf, as you've inferred over and over.
They do already.
Well, I mean, like bigger groups, bunches, or with the changing of the atmosphere, you implied, or you said, the little men are not going to like this atmosphere, and it's going to be fine for us. It'll be like, after,
it'll be appreciated by you.
Right. So this new atmosphere, I don't want to say how, okay. It'll affect the little men in what way?
They'll choose to get out.
They won't want to raise the dead. Like
no,
Matthew.
Bob, listen to what you just said. They won't want to raise the dead. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
That's the point.
They won't want to stay here. They'll choose to transition. They won't want to raise somebody from the dead if they can't stand to be here already.
Is our atmosphere going to become anything more like the sun?
Better.
Okay.
Better. The sun's burning hydrogen. You're going to change the radioisotope of hydrogen. Well, your atmosphere will have a changed radioisotope of hydrogen.
And that's
instead of looking to the sun for your vitamin D, you'll become salt and light.
Right.
When you say right, well, that's the point of this interaction.
Does that mean that we'll become a sun? Or we'll include that in our understanding?
You will be what sets the sun free.
Could be, because we're totally changing on the inside. We already have. Our bodies have changed, and that's why the others.
Good.
Not on the inside.
Yes, on the inside. Yes, hell, on the inside.
We're talking about the atmosphere. We're talking about the outside. Talking about the outside.
No, us too.
No, we're not talking about the outside. We're talking about the inside.
So that atmosphere is inside.
Dude.
Because we'll be the light. And
so what's on the outside?
Everything else. Oh, sorry, Bob. Was that too many words?
No, I'm good. I heard that.
And is it true that the sun is changing carbon-12 to carbon-7?
No, it's turning. The sun would be obfuscated with carbon-122.
So are your words, Barbara, inside you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, the words are the only thing that are real. So we're talking about something that's going to happen inside. That's a visual image. That's not real. The only thing that's real is your words. So I was talking about a change in the area of yourself.
They are inside her before they are outside her.
Oh, you're saying the words are inside?
They are.
What is it? Are they inside the skin of the body?
Yes.
You'd limit to that modern image of oneself.
Well, no. Inside the skin of the body, you've put a limit on that. We don't have a limit to the dermis of your meat sac.
Right. So it'd be hard to figure out how the inside would be your outside.
For us.
There'd be no skin to separate, so the inside would be your outside, or either position is not where it is.
Good. Hey, Bob, you open your mouth, and now all your inside's outside.
Based on the idea that there is an inside and an outside. That's a dichotomy.
Well,
if I don't image it that way.
We're not talking about what you're imaging, because you're saying that
I'm talking about what we're imaging.
You're saying that imaging is limiting. And we said, we didn't limit it, so it's your visual
you
bias.
create images. You create images. You limit all the time with your image string.
Okay, so
your string theories. We used to have this argument. It used to be Chad and me against whoever lined up with Ion on this point in the previous rewrite. I accused Ion of just stringing out imagery, and then you guys try to figure out your relationship with that imagery. And so he made this imagery division, inside, outside, and that's a visual demarcation which will get you screwed up.
Well, if you'd ask the question and know that there's no limitation to what your outside is and how it applies to your inside, then there couldn't be a visual bias because you wouldn't have one.
Exactly. Almost. You almost got that right. This is sort of right, not perfect.
Lord, yes, I know. We hoped for a more perfect non-physical.
Is your meaning that we're connected to everything?
No, you're not connected to anything, Barbara.
You're not connected to anything. That's correct.
Not connected to anything.
You certainly aren't connected to everything when you aren't even connected to you. You're trying to connect you to your power, and you're saying, are we connected to everything? Well, that'd just screw up everything.
It's a bucket of imagery. Everything's a bucket of imagery, and that's not what you are.
So if you listen to Bob, go get the pistol and blow your brains out quick.
Okay. Is this the new earth and the new heaven? That's what we're discussing here.
KNEW, yes, the one you will know as no other knowing.
Okay, and at the same time, does that include all the other worlds, parallel worlds? Are they all good?
Yes, they'll be all new for you as well. Yes.
Okay, free to go.
You already are, though. You're already free to go. You're already going.
Right.
Ion, when I had my session yesterday, there was the parallel world in the background, the noise.
Yes.
Yeah. Had a parallel world lurking, and we could hear the lurkers in Sasha's session.
When I was listening to that, I was just thinking that sounded like my kitchen. Was that my kitchen? Is that me?
But there was no noise in your kitchen.
No, I know that, but we were talking about these things during the conversation was regarding that, and then when I re-listened after the session, I realized that could be me in my kitchen.
Yes.
Well, that would be another self, another her in another world.
And that was linked to this one. Yes.
Okay.
Good example.
Okay. And you did that on purpose to demonstrate the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
To make what point, Sasha? To make what point?
That's what it was. Meh.
I'm not going to do that again, I promise.
It will serve. That doesn't mean we may not, but...
I know you won't, but...
Okay, Matt.
You made your point, and I won't do it again.
Hey, Sasha, what's the significance of Ion making you hear your other self in another world?
Well, no, I'm really beginning to appreciate the ridiculous subtleties that Ion lays forth, and they're becoming more and more apparent to me, which is why I become quite picky about picking apart the little things. And the conversation that we were having was very similar to this one about applying certain things, and we were talking about singularities and event horizons, and there was this noise in the background, and it suddenly occurred to me that Ion would be, it sounded like the
pots in my kitchen when I'm clanging around. So it suddenly occurred to me that Ion was demonstrating a point.
The edge of the football. The edge of Tim's football. The point.
Yeah.
Yes.
The point, exactly.
The pole.
In a Tertian field.
Is that spelled Torsion?
Ask Sheldon. He made the shit up.
That's how I spell it.
Yeah, and he's pronounced it Tertian, or Ion does, but we think of it as torsion.
Oh, no.
Saner regions of the universe.
Torsion. For Pete's sake, that's ridiculous.
So Sue hasn't said anything for a while. I wonder if she went to sleep or she...
I'm here.
What are you doing, Sue?
She's soaking it up like biscuits and gravy, Bob.
I am. I'm enjoying this tonight, Bob. I'm learning a lot.
Oh, that's what you think.
Yeah.
Now, what do you mean by learning a lot? You're just listening. You're not hearing.
You don't know that. You're not even qualified to make that decision.
If they were hearing, they would be interrupting and getting you to clarify what you're saying. They're just drifting along. They're just swimming along, listening.
I'm getting annoyed about you interrupting all the time.
Right. That's what you should be getting annoyed about. And you don't express your annoyance. You don't get involved.
I thought it was good. We were talking about electricity and moving stuff and...
Yeah, a lot of things, as Barbara said, were talked about. But what was the point of them?
Well, maybe, Bob, because you've been doing it for so long.
No. I don't remember. Don't bring that. I just showed up. I'm Tim. I just showed up today because I can't remember anything.
Then stop.
I said to me yesterday that if you don't get what we're talking about specifically and separately, then you're not going to get it. So if it means breaking apart defining polarity for 25 hours, then I'm fine with that.
Yes, but we have talked a lot about that, but finally we got to the point of the reason why and why we're applying it. I mean, that's really what we all have to talk about.
Yeah, you shouldn't be enjoying this. Enjoyment is not the point of this. You're not participating if you're enjoying this. You should be in agony and being pissed off.
If we really got it, then we wouldn't even be having the conversation in the first place.
Yeah, that's right. Because that's why you'd be in agony. You'd be there. Why am I listening to this? I'm already ascended. I'm already there. Why am I even here? That should be always going along here.
What about the Occupy? Ion, you mentioned that was significant. So is it oxygen, copper, and pi, and what's the usefulness of that formula?
No, you're talking about referencing of the occutards?
Yeah.
They are who the android meme made it evident to everyone that there was a clear, distinct separation between the 99% and the 1%. And now that was our cue, we already knew, but that was our cue that we no longer would address the 90 and 9 because the shepherd was watching the flock and the shepherd was in charge of all of them, okay? But when one went away from the flock, the shepherd left the 90 and 9 and went after the 1. So shall we.
Okay, very good.
So only one of us is going to be addressed by Ion.
No, 1%.
No, the 1%ers.
So you're going after the shepherd went after not one, he went after the 1%.
The way you explain it to me is that only 1% of all the people on Earth will be in their place of power.
That's a good way to say it.
Mm-hmm. Is it that big a number?
Can be.
I mean, that's good.
Can be. Well, you say it's good, but then you turn around and you look at the position that's been brought up and kind of been developed. All the crap y'all trying to get over now came from what you say was one God. It is magnetism.
Oh, boy. Okay, so we don't want everybody.
There's the attracting aspect. What about the repulsing part of magnetism?
It's repulsive to you. What you're attracting is repulsive to you, isn't it?
So there is attraction in the magnetism.
Damn, Bob, no. There's not attraction. It's a magnet. When you try to take a magnet, magnets don't attract, but they will connect. They'll stick to the points. And they become.
You use the word attraction in relation to the word magnetism.
Well, the good news is you won't remember.
And now
the attraction, if you listen
to us. You said other people's shit will be attracted to you.
Yes.
Right.
And it will be repulsive to you. Yes.
Mm.
So withdrawing from everyone and wanting to let everybody else do their own thing and just pulling back and away, I'm just going to pull them all towards me?
No. You're going to be very, 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 very specific in your bliss or what you engage or interact regarding. Mm-hmm. And we would say, in a perfect world, you won't care. Mm-hmm. But we're just so everybody knows that very same thing that you're getting very, very, very good at, other people are going to look at you and go, oh, my God, if I just had a little bit of that, if I just had a little bit of that. Well, that they would then try to connect themselves to your polarity, and you're going to repel that every single time without fail or exception. And if you don't in the beginning, you will soon enough. You see, because a polarized field has an effect on everything in its position or proximity.
So basically taking the RNA drops and doing the work that we're doing in the play that we're doing is creating this polarized field which will repel and attract?
No. It repels everything. Magnetism only repels. It never attracts.
Okay.
But if you take two magnets and you take north, north, south, south, and you put the opposing poles together, it goes click. And you say, okay, now that's attracting. And we say, no, it isn't. All it is it's made the poles, it connects and makes the two poles of the magnetized polar field, the north and the south, are now further apart. It becomes one magnet.
So the 1 and the 99% are further apart.
Very good.
Okay.
And they'll try to connect to you, obviously.
And as they try and connect to me, we will get even further apart?
You will be repulsed. Yes.
Mm. Good.
Good. See, now that works right. But now what if there's some little 99er you want to play with? You can. That's fine. But just know you're going to have to shift that because they're going to want to connect at the hip.
No.
Well, you know that's what they always do. For Pete's sake. And Tim's trying to get him to hook up to him, so that's fair. It's all good. It's not a problem. But then you start slinging them off. And how you do that is you build that up. It's like barnacles on a ship. Every so often you'll scrape the barnacles off so it doesn't affect the hull.
Scrape the barnacles off. Okay.
Well, or say in your world, every now and again you have to wait a minute to de-ice the plane, don't you, Stu?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Matt Nan.
I'm here. I was on mute.
We know. Okay, help the brethren here. You're still the most important human on the planet today, so help them a little bit.
Okay. What can I help with?
Yeah, I'll ask Matthew some questions.
Have you noticed any new effects as you're continuing on with your RNA drops? Is there anything? I know you mentioned a lot in the beginning. Is there anything?
Yeah, my mind doesn't freak out anymore. It's used to it now. I noticed my feet are bigger now. I had to buy a size up in shoes. What kind of effects are you talking about?
Well, I'm just recalling when you don't have to work out as much, and I don't know what kind of effects. I'm just asking you if you noticed anything more than what you've already discovered or noticed.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much. Well, I have like an intention now of what I want to create, and then I just know it's going to happen, and I just let it happen. So that includes the working out. If I want to tighten my waist, I just decide I'm going to tighten my waist, and then my waist starts getting tighter. And I don't really necessarily change much, but if I do change it, I don't think about it. It just happens.
Except for those lats.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't go heavy on my back anymore.
See, Tim is a super builder too, Matthew. So he's trying to get where you are, size wise, and he's like he's like Arnold. He's trying to pump you up. Well, he's doing real good, but the whole point is that the shift or the change is, now get this, Tim, he dropped to 4% body fat and eats Big Macs. That's the difference, Tim. You can't eat foods with 30+% grams of fat and have 4% of it in your meat sack. You see? Yeah, now see,
You're not allowed to make those noises.
Matthew, did you hear that? Yeah. He's like, oh, shit.
And Ian, where is that situation in the angel diagram?
Ring, that's in the Asher diagram. Asher ring. Asher.
Hey, Sasha, can you send the 14 rings notes to Tim and Matthew?
Yes.
Right, just
Tim,
get their email.
Email address.
Tim.WOMACK at Q as in quarterback, G as in girl.com.
Excuse me?
Q as in quarterback.
G as in girl. QG.com. So it's tim.womack, and Womack is WOMACK at QG.com.
I thought he said Q as in quarterback. All I heard was quarterbackjism.com. Like, what?
That's our boy. He's got it cocked and loaded.
He's always on point. He knows what he wants.
He's always on point. He's cocked and loaded. That's it. That's it, baby.
Okay, so QG.com.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. I've got Matt's email.
So now, Tim, the point of the Asher in the diagram, let's clean this up.
Which is the seventh ring, the pentagrammical middle part.
Right. Well, do y'all know what an Asher is? Bob says it wrong. What do you say it is, Bob?
The Escher, MC Escher.
Raymond Escher. Is it Raymond Escher?
No, whatever Escher is, the famous painter, did the optical illusion.
See? No, it's Asher. Asher.
Which is one of the Levite tribes. See, that's the point.
Yeah.
It's got a biblical point in there.
Well, yeah.
I say the functioning, the way it operates is like MC Escher's painting.
Hold on just a minute.
No. Yeah, he asked me. I'm explaining why I say Escher is the functioning of the seventh ring, how it goes up and down and around, and no proper 3D framework.
Okay, good. Are you through?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You know Harry Potter, the staircase that's always moving to different landings?
In that castle they go to school in?
Called Hogwarts.
Yeah. Sure.
That's an Escher. Okay. All right. So the staircase is
That's
always
an
moving.
Escher. But Asher is the Levite tribe. That's A, not E.
All right. We digress. The Asher, which is representative in the staircase at Hogwarts.
You want to spell it? I mean, these are literate people. You want to spell Asher?
The staircase, the representation of the constant moving of the balustrade and the stairs between the landings, meaning you never knew how or where or when the outcome was going to apply, with your ascension within a divided landing between an ascending staircase. Got that, Tim?
Divided landing.
Yeah, the staircases are moving, and they're going to different places. Okay, and they're always moving. That's an Escher. Bob says Escher, and we say Asher, because it actually applies into one of the tribes of Israel, one of the original 12 tribes. Well, actually, there's 13, but the 12 tribes.
I won't spell it, but I think it's Asher.
Okay.
All right. So, that point, now you have an Asher ring of your angel chart. Okay? And it's also moving. And if you take your finger, everybody can take their finger and start on the Escher. Does everybody see which one it is? If you take your finger and put it on the line, we really don't care where you start. You can start at 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah,
put your finger. You put your finger and follow it, and then follow it down, and then follow it, and then follow it, and then follow it. And it's not a connection of things. It kind of flows into itself eternally as one line.
Are you looking at your image now, Tim?
Yes. It's kind of like a parallelogram, but it's not. But I understand what Ion is saying.
Yeah, do you see where the line goes over another part? Say from 12 to 3?
He just said
well, we don't know. We double-check that. And then it goes over from 3 to 7, and it's going under other bars?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Every one of those inside points that if you drew a line around the whole Asher, it would create a triangle. Everything that's pointing inside, or the axes or the angles that are created from the 8th line into the 7th, points in. Well, those are all gates, because if you follow your finger, you notice as Bob was correct, and he says it goes over and it goes under. Well, it looks like it is a block, but it's not a block. It's an over-under. Well, everywhere that over and under is a gate, except for the one that goes across at 9 o'clock. The one, as you're looking at it like a clock face, the one at 9 o'clock, is not. It is a gate that does not open. Okay? And it's always moving. And that has to deal with the emotions, of which emotions you allow in and which ones you don't allow in or don't embrace. So, now we'll bring this back to our Mat Man. So, Tim, what Matthew experiences is he eats any crazy thing he wants. And when he eats it in his meat sack body, because of that Asher, anything that would add unnecessary or undue what you call fat, that for him is blocked. Meaning he digests that and processes that just right along. Okay? That's how he eats whatever, literally, and eats. Well, let's just ask Matthew. We don't want to tell tales out of school. Matthew.
Yeah.
Are you bouncing around 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day, give or take?
Probably.
Which one?
I don't know. I don't count it anymore. Probably about 5, maybe 6.
Now, Tim, did you hear what he says? He doesn't even count, but he figures around 5,000 calories a day, and cut like a son of a bitch. You see? That's not probable unless you're in the gym all day, every day, is it?
No, it's not.
All right, but he don't care. He's just having fun.
How many drops a day?
Matthew, how many drops a day?
15.
Okay.
Twice a day.
Yeah. And if you really got him to pin him down on that, he'd say, I get this much in a dropper and I squirt it. He doesn't even count. He just sort of does it, and it's about that. Good, and it's about that every time, and so good. Okay.
Well, then I smear the Renew all over me, too, so I don't know if that counts or not, but...
Well, yeah, maybe, but it's just...
Wait a minute, Matthew, if you smear Renew, that's very expensive. Where do you get all this amount of bottle to smear on yourself?
Money flows pretty easily to him, Bob.
Do you buy these bottles, Matthew?
I just manifest them now like you do.
Good. There you go.
You mean you get them for free?
No, I actually buy them, but it's not a problem.
You buy a lot. Did you smear a large part of your skin with this Renew?
Well, I just put it on everywhere. I like it. I have they're not lucid dreams, but I travel a lot in the night. I like to put
So you put it all over your elbows, all over your lats, all over your kneecaps, all over the place.
In his eye holes. Yeah, he puts them.
No, he doesn't do that. Is that what you do, Matthew?
Yeah, I put some on my chest. I put it in my belly button. I rub it on top of my head. Sometimes I put it on spots where I have aches and pains, and they go away.
Okay, so do many people do this amount that you do? That you know of?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
Okay. Now, that has an effect or it doesn't, but that's not the point of the construct here. Okay, Tim. So the Asher in the cellular structure of the angel chart for Matthew allows him to ingest what he likes, and the moving Asher blocks or does not absorb in his body anything outside of the autonomic response that would keep him or his body in a certain size, dimension, position. Hey, Matthew, fat weighs less than muscle, correct?
I heard that muscle weighs significantly more than fat, yes.
That's what we said, right?
Yes.
Fat weighs less than muscle. Do you agree, Tim?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew has added obvious mass, 4% body fat. Okay, 4.5%, but 4% body fat, and he weighs less now than he has in forever.
Yeah, I noticed the scale is going down as I get on it, and like you said, the other night I ate a Culver's dinner with a big thing of ice cream and a bunch of pizza.
And in which ones you...
Sorry, I missed a part. I want to just rewind, close things up, but I want to take it in.
Don't allow in or don't embrace. So, now we'll bring this back to our Met Man. So, Tim, what Matthew experiences is he eats any crazy thing he wants. And when he eats it in his meat sack body, because of that Asher, anything that would add unnecessary or undue what you call fat, that for him is blocked. Meaning he digests that and processes that just right along. Okay? That's how he eats whatever, literally, and eats. Well, let's just ask Matthew. We don't want to tell tales out of school. Matthew!
Yeah.
Are you bouncing around 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day, give or take?
Probably.
Which one?
I don't know. I don't count it anymore. Probably about 5, maybe 6.
Now, Tim, did you hear what he says? He doesn't even count, but he figures around 5,000 calories a day. And cut like a son of a bitch. You see? That's not probable unless you're in the gym all day, every day, is it? No, it's not. All right, but he don't care. He's just having fun.
How many drops a day?
Matthew, how many drops a day?
15.
Okay.
Twice a day.
Yeah, and if you really, really, really got him to pin him down on that, he'd say, I get this much in a dropper and I squirt it. He doesn't even count. He just sort of does it, and it's about that. Good, and it's about that every time, and so good. Okay.
Well, then I smear the Renew all over me, too, so I don't know if that counts or not, but...
Well,
yeah.
Maybe, but it's just...
Wait a minute, Matthew, if you smear Renew, that's very expensive. Where do you get all this amount of bottles to smear on yourself?
Money flows pretty easily to him, Bob.
Do you buy these bottles, Matthew?
I just manifest them now like you do.
Good. There you go.
You mean you get them for free?
No, I actually buy them, but it's not a problem.
You buy a lot. Did you smear a large part of your skin with this Renew?
Well, I just put it on everywhere. I like it. I have not lucid dreams, but I travel a lot in the night. I like to put a lot.
So you put it all over your elbows, all over your lats, all over your kneecaps, all over the place.
In his eye holes. Yeah, he puts them.
No, he doesn't do that. Is that what you do, Matthew?
Yeah, I put some on my chest. I put it in my belly button. I rub it on top of my head. Sometimes I put it on spots where I have aches and pains, and they go away.
Okay, so do many people do this amount that you do? That you know of?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
Okay. Now, that has an effect or it doesn't, but that's not the point of the construct here. Okay, Tim. So the Asher in the cellular structure of the angel chart for Matthew allows him to ingest what he likes, and the moving Asher blocks or does not absorb in his body anything outside of the autonomic response that would keep him or his body in a certain size, dimension, position. Hey, Matthew, fat weighs less than muscle, correct?
I heard that muscle weighs significantly more than fat, yes.
That's what we said, right?
Yes.
Fat weighs less than muscle. Do you agree, Tim?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew has added obvious mass, 4% body fat. Okay, 4.5%, but 4% body fat, and he weighs less now than he has in forever.
Yeah, I noticed the scale is going down as I get on it, and like you said, the other night I ate a Culver's dinner with a big thing of ice cream and a bunch of pizza, and
See, not necessarily, and he does his protein. He eats a lot of protein, but that's just because he'd eat a whole damn cow, literally. I mean, it's like cooking steak, and it's not a steak. That's like ridiculous. It's like a couple to get him started. But Tim, what we're talking about here is in the angel diagram in the cellular strata makeup of just him. Now, we're using him as an example just because that links up with what you know. See, we're getting into shit you know now, aren't we, Tim?
Yes.
Okay. So the Asher is blocking that gate, is not allowing those things to be embraced at his cellular level. You see?
How do you get to that point?
So his body just eliminates that. So therefore, he gets to eat what he wants, when he wants, how he wants, and his body responds in kind, not because that there's a gauge. It's because the Asher is blocking at a cellular level those things that are more than his body would say he required. So he's not eating to live. He's not living to eat. He's eating to live. No. He's just eating for fun.
No, that's because of the drop, so that's because his intention.
There's no difference.
Is it intention, you said?
There's no difference.
Okay.
See, because he doesn't know and he doesn't care. He likes this, and this is good, and he likes this, and this is good, and he ate that, and that was good, and he wants some more of that because that was good. But because his body is responding just like all you alls are, you may not necessarily know it, but it is. It's no problem. But what happens is your body responds in kind, and you just eliminate that which you don't require for functioning autonomically. Okay? Matthew had to go work out because that's what he always did. Now, all of a sudden, he doesn't necessarily. He does do it, but that's just so he can get his ass naked in front of everybody so they can see how pretty he is. But there's not really much function to go to do to work out because there's not much to do. But he likes showing off, and that's okay because we like showing off Matthew as well. So good. He looks pretty. Everybody ought to see it, right? I mean, Sabrina already thinks he's pretty hot, so that's all good. So beyond that, it's just all for fun. It's window dressing, as it were. Okay. Now, that's not why you work out, Tim, but you want your body to be a certain way. Good. But then you have to tune your body so it looks the way it looks. Matthew, on the other hand, got over all that crap and just allows his body to respond to what he wants. And then when his pecs get a certain way where his shirts look weird, he'll ease that down. And when his triceps get so that he can't get his damn shirt on, and he's got some stretchy shirts now, baby, but when it starts looking funny, he'll ease those down and balance it with the biceps. Everything is perfect except for those damn lats. We can't get that now. He's going to be like Batman with them wings flying across if he keeps going. And we don't care. That just suits the shit out of us. And he didn't ask either, by the way. The Asher ring of the diagram is what permits that type of activity empirically. Did you get that, Tim?
Empirically.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean we can apply it to everything?
Yes, vaginas even. They're most fun of all. You see? And that's the good part. Now, does Matthew care what he looks like? Well, we'd say yes and we'd say no. All right? It's important to him, but it's not a deal breaker. Because once you get in this position where you're so happy about being happy, you could give a shit. You see? Good and good. That's the point. But when you actually get to the place where you could give a shit, your body will respond in kind because you've taken the heatness out of the fire. That's what your cells do autonomically. Okay? We're just trying to get the mind out. Your mind says, I eat this much, I have to do this much, I have to do this much. Oh, I've added a quarter of a stone, I've got to do this. And then, oh, fuck, there's them damn crunches again. You see, and it doesn't apply. The crunches don't do anything but just move it around. You're going, no, Ion, I live in this body. I know what I have to do. Well, okay, then do it, and fine. But there's easier ways, and you don't have to have limitation. Having a sport model should not require high-test fuel. You see? Okay. Now, does that ease that up a little bit, everybody? Y'all got any questions? We'll answer them right now. Matthew, go ahead and start taking your clothes off, baby. We're going to show them something.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew, are you really at 4% body fat?
I don't know. Probably. I have a pretty nice six-pack.
Well,
we said 4.5. We said 4.5.
That's actually unheard of. I mean, I used to be in the fitness industry forever. If you can get down below 10%, that was phenomenal. So you're telling me you're at 4%?
Well, 10% is not that phenomenal. I mean, if you're, I always hovered around about 8%, and I'm leaner than I was.
Well, I mean, 8% is a bodybuilder.
Well, you got to be below 10% to have a nice six-pack. Otherwise, you're not going to see your abs very well.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's very few people below 10%. I mean, at 8%, you're probably a bodybuilder. So you're at 4%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but legend, he's a bodybuilder. The motherfucker's eating Big Macs.
That's what I'm saying. That's what
my wife. You should have heard Sabrina. Last winter, all I did was lay on the couch because money was flowing so freely to me. I didn't have to do much, and I still had a six-pack, and I was just huge. And she said, "For as little as you do, you look incredible."
That's awesome.
Well,
that's not awesome. That's normal.
And that's because he took the heatness out of the fire. He just stopped. He just got attached.
He quit.
No, because he was on RNA drops.
No.
Yeah.
No. Yes. No. Yes. No. No. It wasn't about that. He changed his perspective, which turned his angel diagrammed representative Asher to move precipitously to anything that would not be agreeable autonomically to his body to be blocked by the ninth gate.
Yeah, so he opened the ninth gate.
No, well, he's actually using the ninth gate to block anything from getting to him. See, once you open the ninth gate, now this is very significant, Mr. Corso. This is very significant. Once you go through the ninth gate, you don't want to come back. You want to use the ninth gate to block everything else from getting to you.
Absolutely. So let us walk through that gate.
That's what Tokyo was trying to get to, wasn't it?
Ninth gate. Is that from the movie?
And could you apply that, what you just laid out there with Matthew's, the example, and the angle diagram to
Okay. Go ahead and get your clothes off, Matthew. We'll show them. Go ahead, Sasha.
to the singularity, the event horizon, and the black hole.
And the Book of Revelation.
And the Book of Revelation. Now, that's funny, Sasha, when you get what you're asking the way you're asking it. And we'd say, go ahead, Matthew, and get your clothes off. Tim's already stripping off. He's ready to get to it. He's getting down to his skivvies right quick here. Here we go. In the construct of what you asked, that's just Trey Hilaire. Okay. All right. Now, take it. Let's don't mix them, because if you mix them, you're just going to slang Sheldon off a little bit. So if you want to, we'll take your question in Revelation reference, high T form. Ask it and break it apart, darling, please. And that way we can do it bit by bit, so maybe somebody might get something out of it. Go ahead.
Okay, well, from a Revelation context, then we talked about the inner, and to Sheldon's point too about the torsion fields, the vectorization,
yes.
the expansion.
Oh, you got that vector business. Good for you, girl. We thought you'd let that go, but you got that. Good.
So I'm just thinking of the expansion and contraction. We've been talking about this from the
okay. So now, don't say too many. Don't say too many words. We're with you.
Okay.
Don't say too many words. We just said break what you said apart so we can take it one layer at a time, so it's not confusing. So your first part you wanted to engage regarding Matthew and the Revelation and the angel chart was.
Could you lay out the example, but apply the example to the singularity, the event horizon, and the black hole?
Okay, and that's what we want to divide into three parts. So the first is singularity. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, everybody, we're talking about singularity regarding Matthew, Hurtado, here. Everybody clear?
Yes, you're going to define singularity also?
In reference to Matthew.
Okay.
Got it.
Got
okay. Now, singularity for Matthew in Revelation refers to the lampstands. In Revelation. Y'all can look those up. Ask a fucking question. We don't care, but that's where it applies to Revelation. Okay? Now, into the angel chart of how the angels see the perfect cell within Matthew Hurtado, the more and more and more in the singularity, which is what Sasha's asked, the singularity becomes when the less Matthew goes through Matthew's mind, okay, the more singular his meat sack body responds. He doesn't think about his length of his hamstrings. Few do. And he doesn't, well, he does, but we try to get him not to go so heavy on squats that he can extend or distend his hamstring. Got it? But yet sometimes he does. And it's just to show out, because that's what Matthew does. It's really just for fun. The singularity in his meat sack body is peace of mind, which means he continually forfeits pieces of his mind. And his body responds in kind. Okay?
So can you give us an example of the application?
Yeah, he's a hot fucker.
Well, pieces of mind. He forfeits piece of his mind. You mean he just doesn't think about things much anymore?
No,
Is that what you're
no. It's better than that. It's better than that. See, because it's better than that. Okay, we've talked about, and every one of you ought to be able to vomit this back at us, projectile or otherwise, of the labyrinth of the mind, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And laying conduit for new things, that you have new sensations. You lay conduit in your mind, and you constantly just keep making it more and more and more and more and more complex in your mind, with your orbital lobe and the different places where you store things and blah. Well, instead, what Matthew does is just the opposite. He cuts it off. He stops it. It would be like if you had water lines and a sprinkler system. Instead of adding more lines so you have more coverage for sprinkler, for water to flow, Matthew all day, every day is saying, okay, I can cut this off here. And he cuts the line and plugs it and stops. So no thought flows any further than that. And then he goes on the other side and he comes across the line and he cuts that and he plugs it. To the point now to where you very, very easily, very, very quickly have less and less and less and less and less of a labyrinth. So for Matthew, what's happening in his physical meat sack body is his body's autonomic response, or the singularity. That's what Sasha's talking about. The singularity allows his body to do what it wants to do anyway, which is look pretty. Now, it doesn't know it wants to look pretty. Matthew isn't engaging the labyrinth to force his position. Oh, God, I had 5,000 calories today. I got to go run. Oh, I had 5,000 calories. Oh, I'm tired. I want to take a nap. But I have to go work out because this will all turn to fat, blah, 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 blah. You see, on and on and on and on and on. Well, he, instead of pondering and considering all that, he just cuts the pipe and caps it. Cuts the pipe and caps it. And after a little while, it wasn't instant, was it, Matthew? It was a step-by-step process. Do you agree?
Yeah, it took a while.
He didn't get it instant. It was step by step, little by little by little by little by little. Because we could do it instantly. We could do this for him, but it would have been too much. It would have like a shock. It's like, you know when you go to the spa and you jump into the ice bath? Does everybody know that?
Yeah.
Where you shock your system? Well, sometimes that's too much. It feels good if you're coming out of a sauna where you're 110 degrees and you hit that. It's like a shock. Good. Shocks those pores. Okay, fine. But sometimes the extremes can get too much. So little by little by little by little by little, he just is simplifying or streamlining the labyrinth of his mind. And that has to do with the singularity. And his body naturally is responding in kind. Okay, now y'all have questions before we go to the next portion?
Was this laid out for him, or did Matthew, did you determine this or figure it out by yourself?
Ask him.
As I said, Matthew.
Well, I would say that it was pretty much laid out for me in my private sessions with Ion, and then I had to actually apply it.
Based on your askings?
Yes.
Tell him the story about your ephemeral arteries and what we thought of that.
Oh, well, I kept telling Ion I wanted to get a tighter stomach, and he kept saying, we'll get you so tight that your ephemeral artery will be showing. And I said, no, I don't want to look like that. I don't want that big vein.
Yes, you did. No. You did. You thought it was cool till we started it. Then you thought, ooh, that's starting to look kind of gross, like I got a goiter or something hanging off my belly that I don't have, and it's kind of like, it kind of distracts from the other good parts of your genitalia, doesn't it?
I guess.
Now, Tim, do you know what we mean when you're cut to a point where your ephemeral artery is exposed?
Yes, I do, Ion.
Pretty nasty, isn't it?
Yes. I didn't see it that way.
You think it's hot? We can do you some of that if you want to, baby.
Yeah.
Do you see where we're going with this?
Yes.
It's cool until you start getting there, and when you start getting there, all of a sudden it's kind of like, well, no, wait a second. This may be a little extreme even for me. But see, Matthew has no limitations. But now that's another point. That's another section, Sasha. So do y'all have any more questions about singularity?
Singularity, you mean all of his he's are together? Is that what you mean, Ion?
Say it again, darling.
Bringing all of the Matthews together, is that what you mean by singularity?
Hell no. Shit. Are you kidding? There ain't enough food on the planet to bring all the Matthews together the way that child eats. You wouldn't have stoves or to cook it or refrigerators enough to store it. Yeah, no, you don't bring them together. God. First of all, Sabrina would be very cross with us.
Or maybe have them see eye to eye.
Most people would be scared out of their mind to eat as many times as I do during the day and night. They'd think they would be as fat as a whale. And I don't have those rules, and my body doesn't work like that.
And it wasn't long ago we increased the number of damn times you eat again, did we not?
Yeah, I think it actually helps.
Of course. Now, but okay. But that's only because of the singularity. The singularity, as he says, doesn't apply to him the way other people would gauge their living. Okay? Now, see, JW is just the opposite. Very, very, very opposite. He's not a grazer. He's never been hungry, but he would wait to eat so he can eat what he wants. Okay? Because he likes the eating part of being full. He likes that feeling. But he doesn't graze. He would eat maybe twice a day, easy, and have nice meals. Nothing anywhere close to what Matman engages, but appropriately so. It's whatever he likes, you see. Good. But that's just a shift of how they are differently engaging or embracing the fun of food, okay, for no other reason. Now, the reason we're saying is because we're not saying you should have to be eating 50 times a day like poor Matthew. We're just saying that that's what he's doing, and the singularity for him is that's working, so it's singular to Matthew.
So they don't open the gate.
They both, no, it's not. Yes, they both open the gate, but you're asking from the wrong side, darling. The gate, once you go through the ninth gate, you want to close it, and you don't want anything else to come through. Right. It's from the other side of the gate. So opening the gate is the least of it. It's locking it back and making it move to where someone else would try to come through that gate.
Do you just pick like one thing, like his thing is, his overall thing is looking good?
No, he's always looked good. That's not his thing at all. That's never been his thing.
Can you define singularity in 7 words?
Autonomic response.
No, close. Okay, singularity.
What did Steve say? What did you say, Steve?
Autonomic response.
Autonomic.
Yeah. Yeah. It's automatic. You don't think about it. It's one way. Singular.
Okay. Singularity. Let's see. We got to do this in 7 words for Dobby. Regarding Matthew, or just in general, Bob?
In general.
In general.
Okay.
No. We've been doing Matthew. Regarding Matthew, see if that works. I don't know what we've accomplished here.
In general, and then Matthew.
You never know what you accomplish, and even when
yeah, but I can always try again. No, I don't give up. I try again.
Okay. Singularity. Okay. Of equal positioned purpose within autonomic covalence.
So then you described a lot of his body processes and consumption and what was relevant to that definition.
You need to do that fucking shit in 7 words.
Yeah, I got 8 words. I think singularity is the fastest path to my joy.
What's a black hole then, Matthew?
I don't know.
Yeah, right. That's what we're relating. We're relating singularity and black hole and something else.
We haven't done that yet. We've only done singularity.
No, you gotta get what it is in relation to what he thought. What do you think a black hole is? You got to figure out what it is and then see if you correct it. See, he doesn't have any idea what black hole has to do with this.
We haven't done it yet. He
No. He already knows. If he knows the word, he already knows.
He doesn't know the word.
No, yes, he does. He wouldn't know how to say black hole unless he knew what it meant. You've said this many times.
You did.
No, he said it before.
Okay, well then define it from before, Matthew, and then we'll do the next point, which is black hole. But go ahead.
No, I didn't say black hole. I said singularity. That's my joy.
Yeah, I'm talking about the last 10 years. You've said the word black hole.
I have?
Yep. We've discussed it. We had many times in your sessions.
I don't know. I think a black hole would be what comes to mind is like antimatter.
Okay, so how's that going to be related to the fastest path to your joy, which you interpret singularity?
Singularity has nothing to do with a black hole, Bob.
Of course.
Thank you.
That's not what we're talking about. We're relating the 3 things. Someone said the 3 points.
We're not yet. We haven't done the second thing yet. We've only done 1. So we can't do the 3 things until we do the second thing.
And you got nowheres with singularity. Matthew thinks everything is as fast as power. It's the only words he knows. That's why he's got nothing else to say. He's got no vocabulary.
Wow. I was thinking...
You become the agitator. Why is that? You used to never do that.
What do you mean? I've never been not an agitator. It's always an ass-sou-bone.
I mean, now you're over the top. Just let
Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. Don't limit me to what I appear to be doing.
Fix things up.
Somebody's got to do it here.
Okay, so singularity, every outcome is included in the singularity. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so Matthew's skinny as a rake and completely overweight. All outcomes are included in what Matt is right now.
Would that apply right to this definition, Ion?
No, it really wouldn't. It really wouldn't.
Of equal positioned purpose within the autonomic covalence.
But it isn't. It's never equal. It's always...
You just said that. You just said that.
No. It's prescribed. It's prescribed. In the only thing equal, let's say maybe we said it from the construct of the big definition, but maybe we'd say balanced regarding Matthew. Replace equal with balanced.
Okay, of balanced, positioned, purpose.
Good.
So...
That's right. That'll include both sides. Good. That's right.
Okay, so then you said both sides. The other note that I have that you had, the other definition that I have that you had about singularity was every outcome is included in the singularity.
Precluded. Precluded, not included.
So would that apply to what we're talking about here now? Then the balanced position purpose within the autonomic covalence and every outcome precluded.
And we heard, Sasha, a whole description of how Matthew can eat a lot. So this eating a lot and not gaining weight, whatever it is he doesn't gain, is defined by those 7 words?
They would, yes. Absolutely. Regarding singularity, yep. Very good, Bob. He's getting somewhere, y'all.
So every outcome is precluded. So that's why you were laying out the labyrinth of the mind and using the reference of the hose pipes and Matthew cutting them off?
Limiting the labyrinth, yes. The simpler the... Okay. Go down your street in a straight line from stop sign to stop sign. Straight line. You go out of your house, you get on the street, you go straight to the stop sign. One perfectly linear path. Got it?
Yeah.
That's also a labyrinth. It's just not a difficult or one that you have to really, really travail to navigate. Just down the road. That's a labyrinth. It's just a simple one. What Matthew's single-handedly doing is eliminating the complexity of his labyrinth.
Right. Okay. So
now the second part of your askings, you did singularity. Now the next section you were talking about was black hole, or you want to do event horizon? We don't care.
Would there be a specific order in which it would apply?
Nah.
No? Okay. So let's do event horizon.
Okay. Event horizon is very simple. Now this is regarding Matthew now, okay?
Yep.
Now, we ain't slung you off, have we, Sheldon?
Anybody who's not speaking, I consider slung off. You've slung off 90% of the people here.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not interrupting. You're not demanding change of topic. You're not involved with what you want to know.
But take your clothes off. Sheldon's pretty too, so it's all good.
Well, I just want to know is...
Yeah, what do you want to know? What do you want to know? Yeah, he just said the first thing he brought up many weeks ago. He's still back there, and he never found out anything so far.
We can't hear what he wants to know for you interrupting, Bob.
I'm telling you. I'm passing it on.
Well, tell us again, because we couldn't hear you either.
What's his name? Sheldon should be screaming that we're not talking about torsion fields. That's what he's paying for. He hasn't gotten it yet. So I'm glad I brought him in. So interrupt this stupid string of imagery and go into your stupid imagery, Sheldon. What's your stupid imagery about torsion fields?
Carolyn,
go ahead, Sheldon.
Please get Bob some.
She's so pissed. She dropped off a long time ago. She doesn't like the way it's going here.
I thought we were learning about the ninth gate.
Oh, no, you're not learning anything about that.
Sure we are. We were learning how Matthew applies it.
Yes, we are. Yeah, I like the ninth gate topic. Stay on the ninth gate.
Yeah.
The ninth gate.
We got there first, Frida.
Bob, wouldn't this be the community scape or whatever it was you were trying to lay out today on cash flow? And then that was so funny when Ion shut everybody off so they were all in their own world.
What was that, community scape? Community scape?
Yeah, when you were arguing about the what was it?
Public space.
The
public space. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Ion you go, yeah, there is public space, blah, 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 and then Ion cut you all off separately. It was funny.
Yeah, I'll tell you later, James had a major insight today.
Oh, good.
Now.
Yeah, out of that topic. So, but Sheldon wants to know about torsion fields, and, he brought it up, so
Bob,
maybe...
We are in the middle of a discussion of
Matthew's stomach, which Carolyn doesn't find very relevant at all and finds this disgusting. So if you want to cite Carolyn, just telling you she's not impressed with what you're talking about.
Well, give her $50 back then. We're doing this question.
Well, who brought in Sheldon? Me? Did I bring Sheldon in?
No, we did.
Oh, okay. Well, why'd you bring him in?
Well, because you get all terse if we don't, and you did anyway, so I guess it's okay. Second part of Sasha's three-part question that you tried to jump to that now we're two is, you said, Event Horizon, Sasha?
I did, yes.
Okay. The Event Horizon, in the construct, it would be the other end of the setup. You have Event Horizon as the outermost ring of...
So this would be Matthew's feet. We looked at his stomach and his flat. Now we're looking at his feet, the other end.
Well, but this is actually applying to the torsion fields and the expansion and contraction of cell.
I don't think Ian knows how to stay on topic. He sees too much. He sees it's a Finnegan's Wake hypertext. He sees all these different these different links, and he can go off any tree branch and think it's connected to what.
Sasha brought this up.
It was on part two. Part two of a three-part question.
It's going off, so I am just answering Sasha's asking.
I know, and I'm trying to connect it to something in Matthew, since that was the reference point.
Okay.
The singularity had something to do with Matthew being able to eat a lot, right? That's what we got so far.
and the Event Horizon is the other end of the setup, so if it's the stomach, could it be his rectum?
It is not. It is not. It is not. It is not.
I'm just kidding.
Well, but then that's what Bob will say. Okay, we got Matthew's mouth and we got Matthew's ass. Okay, now what's between the two? And there we go. No,
the vacuum.
No.
The vacuum's between the two.
Bob, let him finish.
Who's one to talk here? You don't let anybody finish anything. You never even get started.
You keep interrupting. He's right on the ninth gate. He's talking about cellular structure. Come on, let him finish.
Yeah, you keep hallucinating, Steve. Go ahead.
Come on, Matthew's 11 proof of that. Were you trying to discount what Matthew's done?
Yes, I know a lot about Matthew that's not being discussed. So another case knowing too much.
I am. Please continue.
We'll try. We don't know how long it'll go, but we'll try.
And Matthew's speaking from a hospital right now, okay? He's in the emergency room right now. He's not telling you that. Okay, go on, Ian.
Matthew, is that true?
Yeah, I died 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
That's truer than you know. That's true.
Event Horizon. Event Horizon, empirically, by working definition of what they call a
Okay, so it's just at 3 o'clock, and he's going to go into Event Horizon, so let's stop at that point. Now, let me unmute everybody.
All participants are now unmuted.
Anybody have a comment?
It's funny to listen to, but there's a lot of information covered, Bob. It's funny.
Yeah. What's interesting is, I guess Matthew shouldn't stop taking his drops in 2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they covered the ninth gate. I always had a question about the ninth gate, and Ion did some explanations in there as well. So it's full. A lot of information. Talked about the sun.
Yeah. Did he say the sun was inside us, or that we could make the glow come from us bigger than the sun? And the sun was inside us.
Yeah.
I
Something about
carbon. The stars are in carbon. Yeah, I say the stars are in your eyes. The sun's a star. Isn't it a star?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's deeper than your eyes. But I wasn't sure where the eyes were. I just meant it was connected to you.
Yeah.
The stars are in your eyes. That's the way it was for pre-literate people. They didn't have that sense of visual distance or the horizon or the vanishing point. So that was 3 hours. And is there anything we want to listen to again? Anything that you want to rehear?
Where Ion was describing the Escher ring. That was very useful, but
that might have been around. You want to hear it again? I think that I know where that is. 210.
Sure.
210 to 220. Okay, let's try that. I'm going to mute you. 210. First, before I do it, does anybody have anything they want to mention? Elisa's number's still here. Are you still listening, Elisa? I guess not. Okay.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Oh, you're not sleeping, dozing off?
I just woke up like a half hour ago.
Okay, so any thoughts about what you're hearing?
Not yet.
Okay, so mute.
All participants are now muted.
Have you noticed any new effects as you're continuing on with your RNA drops? Is there anything? I know you mentioned a lot in the beginning. Is there anything?
Yeah, my mind doesn't freak out anymore. It's used to it now. I noticed my feet are bigger now. I had to buy a size up in shoes. What kind of effects are you talking about?
Well, I'm just recalling when you don't have to work out as much, and I don't know what kind of effects. I'm just asking you if you noticed anything more than what you've already discovered or noticed.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much. Well, I have like an intention now of what I want to create, and then I just know it's going to happen, and I just let it happen. So that includes the working out. If I want to tighten my waist, I just decide I'm going to tighten my waist, and then my waist starts getting tighter. And I don't really necessarily change much, but if I do change it, I don't think about it. It just happens.
Except for those lats.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't go heavy on my back anymore.
See, Tim is a super builder too, Matthew. So he's trying to get where you are, size wise, and he's like he's like Arnold. He's trying to pump you up. Well, he's doing real good, but the whole point is that the shift or the change is. Now get this, Tim. He dropped to 4% body fat and eats Big Macs. That's the difference, Tim. You can't eat foods with 30+% grams of fat and have 4% of it in your meat sack. You see? Yeah. Now see.
You're not allowed to make those noises.
Matthew, did you hear that? Yeah. He's like, oh, shit.
And Ian, where is that situation in the angel diagram?
Ring, that's in the Asher diagram.
Asher
ring.
Hey, Sasha, can you send the 14 rings notes to Tim and Matthew?
Yes.
Right, just
Tim,
get their email.
Email address?
Tim.womack at Q as in quarterback, G as in girl.com.
Excuse me?
Q as in quarterback.
G as in girl. QG.com. So it's Tim.womack, and Womack is WOMACK. I'm thinking we don't want to give out his email, but this has already happened, so I guess it doesn't matter. G as in girl.
G as in
QG.com. So it's Tim.womack, and Womack is WOMACK at QG.com.
I thought he said Q as in quarterback. All I heard was quarterbackjism.com. Like, what?
That's our boy. He's got it cocked and loaded.
He's always on point. He knows what he wants.
He's always on point. He's cocked and loaded. That's it. That's it, baby.
Okay, so QG.com.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right. I've got Matt's email.
So now, Tim, the point of the Asher in the diagram, let's clean this up.
Which is the seventh ring, the pentagrammical middle part.
Right. Well, do y'all know what an Asher is? Bob says it wrong. What do you say it is, Bob?
The Escher, MC Escher.
Raymond Escher. Is it Raymond Escher?
No, whatever Escher is, the famous painter, did the optical illusion.
See? No, it's Asher.
Asher.
Which is one of the Levite tribes. See, that's the point. It's got a biblical point in there.
Well, yeah.
I say the functioning, the way it operates is like MC Escher's painting.
Hold on just a minute.
No. Yeah, he asked me. I'm explaining why I say Escher is the functioning of the seventh ring, how it goes up and down and around, and no proper 3D framework.
Okay, good. Are you through?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You know Harry Potter, the staircase that's always moving to different landings?
In that castle they go to school in?
Called Hogwarts.
Yeah. Sure.
That's an Escher.
Okay.
All right. So the staircase is
That's an Escher. But Asher is the Levite tribe. That's A, not E.
All right. We digress. The Asher, which is representative in the staircase at Hogwarts.
You want to spell it? I mean, these are literate people. You want to spell Asher?
The staircase, the representation of the constant moving of the balustrade and the stairs between the landings, meaning you never knew how or where or when the outcome was going to apply with your ascension within a divided landing between an ascending staircase. Got that, Tim?
Divided landing.
Yeah, the staircases are moving, and they're going to different places.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they're always moving. That's an Escher. Bob says Escher, and we say Asher, because it actually applies into one of the tribes of Israel, one of the original 12 tribes. Well, actually, there's 13, but the 12 tribes.
I won't spell it, but I think it's A-S-H-E-R.
Okay.
All right. So that point, now you have an Asher ring of your angel chart. Okay? And it's also moving. And if you take your finger, everybody can take their finger and start on the Asher. Does everybody see which one it is? If you take your finger and put it on the line, we really don't care where you start. You can start at 9 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah,
put your finger. You put your finger and follow it, and then follow it down, and then follow it, and then follow it, and then follow it. And it's not a connection of things. It kind of flows into itself eternally as one line.
Are you looking at your image now, Tim?
Yes. It's kind of like a parallelogram, but it's not. But I understand what Ion is saying.
Yeah, do you see where the line goes over another part? Say from 12 to 3?
He just said
well, we don't know. We double-check that. And then it goes over from 3 to 7, and it's going under other bars?
Yes.
All right. Every one of those inside points that if you drew a line around the whole Asher, it would create a triangle. Everything that's pointing inside, or the axes or the angles that are created from the 8th line into the 7th, points in. Well, those are all gates, because if you follow your finger, you notice as Bob was correct, and he says it goes over and it goes under. Well, it looks like it is a block, but it's not a block. It's an over-under. Well, everywhere that over and under is a gate, except for the one that goes across at 9 o'clock. The one, as you're looking at it like a clock face, the one at 9 o'clock, is not. It is a gate that does not open, okay? And it's always moving. And that has to deal with the emotions, of which emotions you allow in and which ones you don't allow in or don't embrace. So, now we'll bring this back to our Mat Man. So, Tim, what Matthew experiences is he eats any crazy thing he wants. And when he eats it in his meat sack body, because of that Asher, anything that would add unnecessary or undue what you call fat, that for him is blocked. Meaning he digests that and processes that just right along. Okay? That's how he eats whatever, literally, and eats. Well, let's just ask Matthew. We don't want to tell tales out of school. Matthew.
Yeah.
Are you bouncing around 4,000 to 6,000 calories a day?
Okay, so that's where he starts the 9th gate?
All participants are now unmuted.
That's where the 9th gate is started.
Yes.
Yes.
And was that useful to hear that definition again?
Yeah. Well,
not for me. I thought I heard something else.
I think that's a little later. I've got more in the Asher Ring in another 5 minutes, and then another 4 minutes after that, Asher Ring, the 9th gate, 232. Let's go up to 232 where I note the 9th gate. So that's 12 minutes later. So that was a waste of time re-listening to that?
No, not at all, because he traced out the Asher, so it was not
right.
It was waste.
Okay, so here's this part.
Well, you got to be below 10% to have a nice six-pack. Otherwise, you're not going to see your abs very well.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's very few people are below 10%. I mean, at 8%, you're probably a bodybuilder. So you're at 4%.
Yeah, but legend, he's a bodybuilder. The motherfucker's eating Big Macs.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I heard.
You should have heard Sabrina. Last winter, all I did was lay on the couch because money was flowing so freely to me. I didn't have to do much. And I still had a six-pack, and I was just huge. And she said, for as little as you do, you look incredible.
That's awesome.
Well,
that's not awesome. That's normal.
And that's because he took the heatness out of the fire. He just stopped. He just got unattached.
He quit.
No, because he was on RNA drops.
No, yes, no. No, it wasn't about that. He changed his perspective, which turned his angel diagrammed representative, Asher, to move precipitously to anything that would not be agreeable autonomically to his body to be blocked by the ninth gate.
Yeah, so he opened the ninth gate.
No, well, he's actually using the ninth gate to block anything from getting to him. See, once you open the ninth gate, now this is very significant, Mr. Corso. This is very significant. Once you go through the ninth gate, you don't want to come back. You want to use the ninth gate to block everything else from getting to you.
Absolutely. So let us walk through that gate.
That's what Tokyo was trying to get to, wasn't it?
And could you apply that, what you just laid out there with Matthew's the example and the angle diagram to
Okay. Go ahead and get your clothes off, Matthew. We'll show them. Go ahead, Sasha.
to the singularity, the event horizon, and the black hole.
And the Book of Revelation. And
the Book of Revelation. Now, that's funny, Sasha, when you get what you're asking the way you're asking it. And we'd say, go ahead, Matthew, and get your clothes off. Tim's already stripping off. He's ready to get to it. He's getting down to his skivvies right quick here. Here we go. In the construct of what you asked, that's just Trey Hilaire. Okay. All right. Now, take it. Let's don't mix them, because if you mix them, you're just going to slang Sheldon off a little bit. So if you want to, we'll take your question in Revelation reference, high T form.
Okay. So was that, Bert, the part about the ninth gate that you wanted to hear again?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so then I have here one more. If that's the main, let me see. Ninth gate. No, I don't think it comes up again. I'll just check here. Okay, 2:45:10. Let's just check that. Go another 11 minutes here.
Once you go through the ninth gate, you want to close it, and you don't want anything else to come through. Right. It's from the other side of the gate. So opening the gate is the least of it. It's locking it back and making it move to where someone else would try to come through that gate.
Do you just pick like one thing, like his thing is, his overall thing is looking good? Or
no, he's always looked good. That's not his thing at all. That's never been his thing.
Can you define singularity in 7 words?
Autonomic response.
No, close. Okay, singularity.
What did Steve say? What did you say, Steve?
Autonomic response.
Autonomic.
Yeah, that's not that. Yeah, it's automatic. You don't think about it. It's one way. Singular.
Okay. Singularity. Let's see. We got to do this in 7 words.
Okay, so he doesn't do any more on the ninth gate. So it's not that much, but you're saying it's key. It's enough for you to get something out of it.
Well, because in the other 37, 38, 39, and 40, there are references to the 7th ring. So to hear that, it's just another piece of the puzzle that Ions laid out. It was interesting about how you...
Go ahead.
No, it was interesting how you, I would say, you changed Ion's frequency when you asked him to describe singularity in 7 words or less. The whole
what happened? What happened to his frequency?
Well, it just changed. They were trying to work out to give an explanation, and I think it was like 5 minutes later they did give a concrete explanation, but I didn't get the chance to write it down. But that'll be something to listen to, because they did give you 7 words to describe singularity later.
Right, right. So I'm really hard on ion. I wonder if I keep this up for the whole 6 hours.
But a lot comes out when you do that. There's a lot more of a lesson when you're hard on them.
Yeah. Anybody else got anything to say? So, Bert, are you here for another 5 or 10, 15 minutes? Isn't it getting into your period where you have to leave?
Yes.
Well, it's 5:15. Not 15 minutes. Okay, well, let's get into some other areas.
Yeah, Bob, I want to talk to you about your, on Tuesday, the iCell swallows the androgen, that video. What brought that to your attention just in this last week?
Yeah, how did that come up? I don't know how it came up. I think Paige or somebody posted it somewhere. And I was looking at it, and then I realized, geez, I'm swallowing, all that imagery of the 20th century. And then I finished and closed my mouth. I was thinking, that's if you're on the drops, you overcome the Android meme irritation, which that's what Derek DeKirchhoff and I were talking about. He didn't put it in those terms, but I think of Derek, he's a news junkie. So I thought, wow, that's prophetic, eating the Android meme. And I took it that, the mouth, the head was on the RNA drops. So I thought that was a new way to look at this. So I just posted it. And I guess discussed it on Tuesday. But nothing, it was an accident, seeing it again somehow. And then I saw it in a new way.
Yeah, it really helped me, because I read your memo to Prince Charles, I think, 2 years ago. And, at that time it was very new. But then after reading the summary that you posted on Dupes and watching the video and then looking at all those tetrads, it really allowed me to focus in more about what you were laying out. And I found something interesting is that all those tetrads were square, but at the end, yours was round. Bob was in the middle.
Round? How was it round?
It was a sphere. It wasn't square. All the tetrads were square, but yours, you had a circle with Bob in the middle with mixed corporate media, hologram, and manipulative tactility.
Yeah. No, that's not a tetrad. That was just an equation. Mixed corporate media is the mixture of media inside the satellite, and that has the effect of a hologram. It's not an hologram, but for people's perceptions, it's effective hologram. They're living inside the Truman Show for themselves. So the mixed corporate media equals the hologram equals manipulative tactility. So the mixed corporate media, which was my term before the Android meme, was doing a satire on people. And that's why I call it manipulative tactility. So that was not a tetrad.
Okay. Yeah, because I noticed it was different in the design, but it was really interesting to look at all those tetrads, to really look at it. Lays out the tetrad. It's a hook. It's actually something interesting that someone new to iron them, in your knowledge, would be able to review that video, because the video has some visual and the sound. It really does have some effect on the viewer and the listener, the ear and the eye when you watch that.
Yeah, after Jermaine and Katie saw it, they said, this is something you could give to people to introduce people to Iandom. It was a good didactic tool, pedagogical tool. So, that was I'm glad I came across it again and played it. And then I was amazed that the tetrad for satellite, flipped into Bob, which would be, ion. That was pretty. That's a blatant prediction right there.
Yes. Well, that's
listen,
something
to say. No, what are you saying, Bert? That's something.
Now, that's something that I think is it Katie, someone doing something on Instagram that they could put that summary, to introduce to the youth, because it was a functional tool for someone because the youth are very visual, so it's, of course it's not on YouTube, but they could have a link to Ian and Bob so they could review that.
Yeah,
be a nice hook.
Yeah, that's Jermaine does the Instagram.
Yeah, okay.
Shoot her an email. Remind her to.
Okay, I will.
Put on Instagram.
All right.
Anything you want to say, Alyssa?
Yeah, I thought it was cool that when somebody on the chat line posted the MTV version on YouTube of your video, and I thought that was great. I emailed you, but I thought that was great that it was on I think it was on MTV in Serbia or something like that.
I didn't know that. I didn't get that. How do you know that?
So, remember during What Youth, you're trying to get everybody to be able to watch it, and so somebody on the chat line posted a link to a YouTube of it. And
I did not see it. I did not. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't remember looking at that. And it was in
Serbia? So I think so, because I think I emailed you, so you might have the link. But yeah, I thought it was because I've also seen a Vimeo for it, and that's not labeled under MTV. But I think somewhere it seems like in Eastern Europe or something like that. Posted it on their MTV, and I thought that was really relevant because it actually was music television, and it was kind of like hearkening back to it's like hearkening back to the music video era, but it's done in a more Zappa-esque way, and I just thought that was really cool that it was being played recently on some MTV. Probably some late at night, type of programming.
Right.
But yeah, I thought that was great.
Yeah, it's an underground classic somewheres.
Yeah. And you said during What Youth, I think something like this art still stands because of the mouse, being able to contextualize that through the drops and through Iandom. So it's kind of like one of the last music videos, real music videos.
Yeah. So, what did you find interesting the detail about Matthew's body and his muscles and that? Did that teach you anything?
Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing some studying of the Revelation series. I haven't had time recently, but I really want to dive into it. And it's funny because I'll kind of picture this angel diagram, but I don't know what it looks like.
Right.
But I'll kind of try to imagine it, and you get pieces here and there. But it's something Nate and I are both planning on doing soon. So I'll email you about that.
Okay, great. So before you go, Bert, what would you tell her is going to happen to her if she does Revelation? Oh, maybe he left. Let's go check. There's Gene. He usually writes something. Yes, he went a few minutes ago. So, Gene, you found out the word cis, the syllable cis, cisgender, in contrast with transgender. Sociologists define cisgender as a label for, quote, individuals who have a match between the gender they were assigned at birth, their bodies, and their personal identity. They see cisgender as a complement to transgender. What does that mean? Individuals have a match between the gender they were assigned at birth, their bodies, and their personal. In other words, they aren't trying to drop their gender, trying to become another gender, I guess. Cisgender is you accept the gender you've been designated. Are you there? I mean, I thought I unmuted Gene. What do you say, Gene? Oh. Okay, so it's just us.
Hello? Am I here? Am I muted?
Oh, yeah. You were muted, I guess.
Sorry.
So you're a cisgender.
Yes. Isn't that interesting that transgender is now a big topic in the media? I got disconnected and I had to shut down, and I don't have my notes in front of me, so I'm looking for them while I talk. But the sociologists defined cisgender as almost all your bodies being in alignment, where what are the three? Your emotional body. I don't remember.
It's a match between the gender they were assigned at birth, their bodies, and their personal identity. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. And we've talked earlier about people's identities are compromised. This Bob knowledge basically compromises your identity, the thought that you're not how you define yourself as an environmentalist or a terrorist or whatever it is. So cisgender is that we talked about the definition of those prefixes. CIS was to the side, and trans was beyond, through,
across and beyond.
And transgender must be then when those three don't sync up. What was it? What did the sociologists say? The personal identity.
The match between their body. See, they tell you what you are. Does it match your body and your personal identity? Match between the gender they were assigned at birth, their bodies, and their personal identity.
So as they grew up, they were told, they were trained to be a girl, and their body looked like a girl, but they didn't identify as a girl. So that's they're not in sync. Those three ideas of feminine. And that contrasts with the idea that they are all in sync. So one of those bodies is just to the side of us at all times. When we don't feel in sync. Now, how does that relate to the rewrite? I had it, and then all hell broke loose, Bob, and everything shut down on me.
You're asking how does it relate to something?
To rewrite. When I was listening to rewrite, I was thinking about those definitions and that conversation we had beforehand, where trans ascension is.
Yeah, it should be ciscension.
Ciscension.
Where your identity, your bodies, and your goal of ascension line up, match up.
Yeah, and Ion said singularity becomes when the less Matthew goes through Matthew's mind, the more singular his meat sac responds.
So, anything else you guys want to talk about?
Bob, you were really irritated. Now, was there something you wanted the group to bring out that you already knew and you were frustrated, or was there something that you and Ion and Carolyn had already talked about in a private session that you wanted Ion to bring out with the group?
No. I was getting to that point about people weren't engaging enough, talking enough. That was about when I was starting to get irritated by that. And I think I was irritated in the first group, which was only 6 sessions before. No, it was months before. They stopped, and then there was a break. But I didn't like people going along with Ion saying, yes, that's the case, and they weren't even noticing that I didn't think Ion was being that clear. So Ion was roaring along again. Okay, we're going to talk to you later. Get ready. And then after that, we're going to talk to Sheldon. Ion had an agenda or something, was seeing the sequence of people they're going to force to say a few things. So I was, a week later.
You wanted them to say what they were thinking. You wanted them, because Ion was.
I wanted them to not accept what Ion was saying so easily. I mean, none of them could say what they learned. They didn't have the words. And they were just letting it roll and not sort of defining what they were getting out of it, at least for a minute, so that we could check their definition with Ion. And then a week later, we were doing Genesis, and I think it's on November 30th. In that third session, I ended up really blasting Ion. And then Ion was gone the next day. So later I chuckled that if you had heard that Genesis, you would think that I fired Ion. Well, it turns out I was agitated a week before. We find out in the rewrite. So lucky Ion took a break.
And
right
you directed
I was not going to have this sloppy interaction with Ion. Then Ion left. So someone could listen to Genesis and say, "Oh, geez, Bob fired Ion." That could have been a subjective interpretation of what went on. But it didn't. That wasn't what would happen. But in fact, I was mad at him in Genesis, and then I was already doing that a week before.
You were just warming up for
what?
Later. On this one.
Did I? On this one.
The rewrite that you just played, you were warming up for the following weeks.
Yes, warming up for the last day of November, 2011. Okay, Alyssa, you got anything you want to go into?
I had a couple thoughts. You're talking about this trans ascension and what is it, SYS or SIS or?
How you spell it? TRANS.
No, the other thing that Gene was bringing up.
The prefix is CIS.
CIS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about, the 5 bodies and how the singularity concept. I guess I kind of caught the rewrite later, so I don't have the full picture, so it probably makes sense with what was covered in that. But there is an element of kind of knowing that you're not all sort of lined up in this perfect little bow because of, the McLuhan and Bob knowledge and 5 body. But it's something like the I cell in the hex attic kind of helps tune, quote unquote, all the bodies together.
Yeah.
Does that kind of fall right and seem right?
Yeah, the drops remove the mind slightly. They get it to relax its grip.
And I guess as that relates to the chemical situation with the Asher, and I don't know much about the ninth gate, but because there definitely is a sort of a cross and beyond sensibility to everything, but then it's cool to think about this sort of zipping up or this aligning, like in a cis ascension way. Yeah, I don't know. That was a thought I had. I had a couple other thoughts I'm trying to remember. I don't know. Can't think of them right now.
So you understand?
I wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, and maybe I'll call into Carolyn's show, but is there, I was researching online a little bit about magnesium having a magnetic effect, but have they spoke to that at all?
I don't think so. I think Carolyn's listening. I don't recall it. I think I used to think magnesium, I used to try to fit it into the magnetic.
Yeah.
In a conceptual framework, but I don't know.
It didn't last?
I didn't develop it or something. Carolyn said, no, it's not a mineral or it's not magnetic.
Mm-hmm.
Mineral, but not magnetic. But I tried it, but I don't see any results.
Right. When she was talking about AFib, Jean, you remember that? I don't remember when that was, but when the heart is kind of all erratic and then what magnesium is doing to the heart. And it seemed to relate to, I don't know, yeah.
Well, the only thing I'm remembering is that the ions, it changes the polarity of the ions, or otherwise it creates more negatively charged ions.
Mm.
So that the polarity of the ions has something to do with it bonding with things. That's as far as I can go. And that might not be right. They're so small, the pico mineral. She's gotten it down to be so teeny that it's more ionic, which is negatively charged, I believe.
Were you impressed with tonight's momentum, Gene, in the rewrite?
Yeah, in the yes, absolutely, and how it moves from one thing to another, and then ions relating it back to certain examples. And of course, I'm going to bring up the horse example. That keeps carrying through.
Yeah.
There was a couple of things that really struck me this time, Bob, and again, to look at listening to all this stuff for 2.5 years and now hearing rewrite and hearing there's just a little bit more detail than what I remember hearing any other time. Just a little bit. It's not, I can get that frustration because ion doesn't come straight out. And I think that's the key part, is it's leaving it up to let it do what it does to us, the information itself.
Yeah.
But there are a couple key parts. One is when Ion was talking about what RNA does to the double helixes, and it just takes one cell, and then something about one creating 8 cells, and something important about 8 cells. And then Ion says that then it starts creating 144,000 double helixes rather than making one double helix and then cut off and then going on to make another cell. So RNA keeps building more and more double helixes into one cell rather than making another cell. If our bodies devoted its energy just to creating one cell and activating 144,000 pairs rather than one, do we need to create more cells to replace the ones we have? Probably not, huh? We just
No, you have to replace.
We'll always have to replace our cells. We'll just be replacing perfect cells?
Well, it's perfect imperfection. The idea that you come to some resting point and then you're perfect, no, you just dropped out.
And then I heard more about the answer to cancer. I haven't ordered that clip on howionic.com. But I heard the perfect cell being compared to the cancer cell in a way that really sunk in this time.
Right. Yeah.
How you doing, Bob?
Well, I'm looking forward to ending the show in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
What's Nate do? He doesn't listen to our archives or our stuff, right?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he listens to the archives.
Yeah, he didn't like the length of it.
Oh, he was when you were talking, he's kind of a jokester. He was joking with you about how, like, you know, when somebody gets into all this.
Time to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, we have a lot of slack. So we're lucky, but the 18-hour lecture, quote unquote, is just a joke.
Right.
But
how come you guys have slack? How come you guys have slack? How come you guys have slack?
Because we've somehow figured out this equilibrium of being artists in an economy in a world where it's obsolete.
Yay!
And
now it means more and more people are doing it. You know,
yeah. Are you back from Canada, Alyssa?
Yeah, back from Canada.
Did you get to see Dave?
Yeah, it was great.
Well, cool.
And,
Bob, did you know that?
No. She means, did you see Dave without his clothes on? I don't know why he came up with that, but I think I was drifting off. Started twilight imagery.
Dave and I went to the gym, and at the gym they have these amazing massage chairs, and it made me think of you and Carolyn.
Right. Have you?
But yeah, we've got them
before. Was that your first time in them?
Well, I'd been in a massage chair before, but this one was different. It had Gene, maybe you've been in one, but it's like you put your legs down and then this thing like grasps your legs as well and like pulls your legs and like compresses your legs. And so it's like a whole full body experience.
Oh, look, that must be the commercialization of some sort of CIA tortured chair that held people down while they were tortured. Now they turned it into a massage chair. How's that?
Yeah.
It's funny. It's evidently supposed to help with circulation in the lower extremities or something. But yeah, it's definitely like clamp, funny sort of.
That was kind of my first thing. I'd have to get over that before I'd feel massaged and comfortable, I suppose. So did you guys exercise at the place, or did you just go lay in the chairs?
Both.
Okay. Both.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Or not good. Whatever.
No, it was great. Yeah, it was awesome. But yeah, Nate, Bob, I was telling Nate, encouraging him to call in soon. So one of these weeks. Sometimes we work on the weekends, or we have shows or whatever here and there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's. I'm really like this whole Ion taking a break thing. You know, I don't know really why or anything like that, but I just feel like it's a nice little pause, and I feel like I'm really catching up, quote unquote, in a lot of ways. So it's kind of fun.
That's good. Yeah, the breaks that happened before were always good timing. Always was relevant. The break.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you meet Nat in art school? Did you guys go to art school?
You mean Nate?
Yeah, Nate. Yeah, this is Matt.
Nat is it's funny to imagine somebody with a different name, right? Names are so they give you a lot of personality.
Yeah.
We met when we were in middle school, and we were
way back.
Yeah, we were peripheral. Yeah, our force field found us early in life, and
Did you go to art school?
He did not. He was like, he kind of knew that college was a load of shit, so he didn't want to go. And so yeah, we were friends. Yeah, you know, in junior high school, and then we both did our own thing for a while, and then we got back together, and so yeah, no, I didn't.
Were you united in high school?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for 1 year.
Right.
Yeah.
So, did you go to art school?
Yes.
So, did you ever hear about the Nova Scotia College of Art and Design?
Yeah, that was one that I've heard. Not as much as some of the ones in the States. But do you know? Did you go there, or did you audit, or what's the relevance there?
Well, when I lived in Halifax, I hung out there. I would still go sit in classes. I met a lot of the people, artists, and then took advantage of the academic environment, and they brought in artists from all over the world all the time. That's where I met.
Oh yeah, you said you met Eric Fischel too, right?
Yeah, do you know him? Know of him?
Oh, he was one of my main inspirations. I was like a painting major, among some other disciplines that I was really interested in, and he was one of my main sort of inspirations because of the painterly quality, but yet something sort of magical in the way he dealt with light.
Oh, that's interesting. So he wasn't a teacher, but you were aware of his work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was around the college, and do you know about his wife, April?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. I saw them when they got together in Halifax, or just before they got together. I left Halifax in '77. So there's a book out now. somebody put it together. It's called The Last Art College, and it's a collection of a lot of the neat things that went on there in the 70s, late 60s, early 70s. Yeah, it was the leading, home base for conceptual art. So a lot of that, and prominent artists of the early 70s went there to be guest lecturers and all that. So I was wondering if that reputation was still around. I don't think so. I think it's changed, maybe 20 years ago. So we're talking 40 years ago. I guess that art schools have changed, and you wouldn't have heard about it the way it was in the 70s. But yeah, Eric Fischel, it was funny. He was just a guy around, teacher. The main thing I exchanged with him, which I mentioned in a memo to Prince Charles, was that, and I wouldn't have mentioned it until he became famous. It was a surprise to see that Esquire article in the early 80s with him and Robert Longo, maybe that's another name. And there he was, a big deal in New York, and he was just a nobody kind of guy, just a teacher. I didn't know much about him, but one time in the tavern, the Seahorse Tavern, he brought up Greaser's Palace, the movie.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That Robert Downey made, Robert Downey's father. And he asked if anybody knew about it, and I did. I had seen it. And he was shocked. He said, "You're the first person I've ever met, especially here in Nova Scotia, who knew the movie." So it was fun talking about that. And I didn't know much about him, but then I read his autobiography a few months ago. And it was interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of details about his time in Halifax, then what happened in New York, and it's a good history of the Julian Schnabel generation. Because they all knew each other in 79, 80, and then they all started to compete with each other. And Eric was the odd man out because he kept realism in there, or representation, or didn't go so abstract. And so he's defending what he did all through the book. And it's a good story for me to fill in what happened to him and his generation.
Right.
So he came back in my awareness just the last few months. So then you show up, and he was an influence on you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I wrote many papers.
Did you ever meet him? You wrote papers on him?
Yeah.
Now that's pretty Bob connected. I mean, you're writing papers on a guy that. He's the only guy I know of that generation. I never met Robert Longo or Julian Schnabel or those guys. I wasn't interested that much in the art world in the 80s.
Right.
Only interested in Eric because I knew his background. And I don't know if you heard this part. Then in 2001, September 2001, I went to a painter, came to the James Joyce Society, the Phineas Wake Society, and said she was having a show. She had painted some Phineas Wake-related stuff, so I went to it. And there was April, Eric Fischel's wife, or partner. I don't know. No, they do get married. Yeah, they eventually got married. So I got talking to her, and I brought up her whole history. I reminded her of her life in Halifax. And I even mentioned, I don't know if I called it the memo of Prince Charles, but I might have mentioned something about it. So she said, "Oh, Eric, I'd like to see you again." So she invited me out to, they lived in Long Island someplace. And she said they would call me or something. And then a few days later, 911 happened. That disrupted everything. I used to call up some New Yorkers, and they couldn't even talk because most of them, someone had died. It was a really traumatic thing for New Yorkers. And it wasn't so much for Carol and I. We didn't know anybody like that. We didn't have longtime friends working in the building, but people who had been in New York for a long time and grew up there, they inevitably knew somebody who was working in the building. So the whole social thing collapsed. So I never reconnected with April. And we were going to bring the Evergreens to New York a few days before that. Then Michael suddenly said he didn't want to come. And then he turned out he knew, sort of had a premonition it wouldn't be cool.
Oh, yeah. When did he stop doing, was it 2004?
Yes, it was, I was in for the McLuhan Festival around the end of October. Some people said there was a ghost in the coach house. So I said, well, I know how we could find out what's going on there. Some of the people who worked there thought it was maybe McLuhan. So I called up Michael Blake Reed, and I got Ellie. And Ellie, I said we'd have to do it on a Monday. He never did it on a Monday. That's the way it worked out for some reason. And everybody would chip in to get the $500 fee. And she said she would ask Michael in the next couple of days whether he'd do it on that Monday. So when I called back on the Thursday to see if he would do it, on the following Monday, she said, no, he's not going to do it at all, and he's actually going to stop doing it. So I was the first to hear that he had stopped. And I guess maybe I triggered it or something about whatever, the request made him decide to cancel all the appointments that had been lined up through November and December.
Wow.
So here we are in November. We're talking 13 years ago, or 11 years ago, right now, when he stopped.
I'm going to have to look up that book about is it autobiography or a biography of Eric Fischel?
Yes, he wrote it. I think he might have had some help. He became a good friend of Steve, who's the comedian, famous Saturday Night Live.
Martin?
70s, Steve. Yes.
Martin.
He became a close friend of Steve Martin, and they get together around Christmas or something in some Caribbean island or something, and Martin Short's there, and they have this great experience, all of them together, different people that are connected to Steve Martin. So he talks about that, which is pretty meaningful. And there's a couple of YouTubes up now where just a couple of years ago, Eric interviews Steve Martin. You might want to look at that. It's Chicago Cultural Center. And there may be another one. But it's interesting how they interact, because they're trying to be intellectual about each other. But they're close friends, and underlying giddiness to it all. But I liked his biography because it made me. It brought together. He followed the different artists, talked about them, the phases they went through, the competition. So all that sort of. I had just a brief or a dim awareness of what happened in the 80s in New York. So I'd heard of these people, interacted with some of the art, but that book was a good replay, a diary of that period.
Yeah, I would say oh, yeah, go ahead.
He tried to do some projects. He had a couple of phases of identity crisis and didn't know whether art was worth it anymore. And he tried different projects 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, and they didn't really work. So it's interesting how he talks about that, and he kind of illustrated to me the obsolescence of the New York art world on the rest of America.
Yeah.
Like, the population didn't have a meaning for art anymore. The artists didn't speak to the people. Those kind of artists.
Right.
The painterly, elite arts, school fads.
That's a great connection, Eric Fischel. Yeah.
Yeah, in 10 seconds, the music will come on, and we can talk about this a little more after the music.